Ready? Yeah, let's go. Bull, 250, 255, and 55, and 55, 30, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, and 55. He's out now, 55, and now 60, going to be 265, going to be 265 here, 265, and zigga-divide, 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 zigga-divide here, Varner, 260, 18X. USDA. A little messed up on the front. $2. $2.10 and $2.10 at 10, 20 there. You're going to be 20, you're going to get 30, you're going to get 40, you're going to get 2, 30, 40, 50, you're going to be 2 and a half, you're going to be 2, 40, 50, and 2, 40, 50, 10, 40, you're going to get 50 there, you're going to be 40, you're going to get 50, 40, 50 here. Terry, 249. Big shelter, 210-20, and 210-20, you're going to get 210-20, and 210-20, 20, 30, you're going to get 30, you're going to get 5, you're going to get 40, and 5, going to be 255, and 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, and 55, 60, you're going to be 265, and now 570, you're going to get 270, now 70, and 270, get 70 there, you're going to be 70, you're going to get 70, you're going to get 70, Terry, 265, same way, 9. Dollar pound. 110 and 100 out of 10 and 10 20 now 30 to get 40 to get 50 going to be 60 to get 70 going to be 80 now 90 190 now 210 and 210 20 220 30 and now 30 40 40 50 250 240 50 60 and 260 pound 270 280 to get 270 80 and 270 going to be 80 270 give 80 there going to be 80 going to be 80 270 give 80 here and tone 270. You're down 210-20 and 210-20 and 210-20 30 to get 40 to get 50 down 260 250 260 and 250 you're going to be 260 to get 2 and a half going to be 260 Ricardo 250. Yep. Yep. Staggy. 210-20 and 210-20 you're going to get 210-20 you're going to be 210-20 and 225 and 225 and 30 you're going to get 30 and a half and 235 40 you're going to get 245 you're going to be 245 50 and 250 you're going to get 250 you're going to get 255 and 55 55 55 55 55 and 5 here you're going to get 5 here 55 here Terry 250 12. She's checked open. Already open, $3. $3.05 and $3.05. We get 5, we get 5, we get 3, we get 3, we get 3. 275.80 and 75. Going to be 85, 85, 85 and 90. We get 2 and 95 and 95 and 3 and 9305, 305, 305, 305 and 305. We get 5, 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 we get 5 here 10, 310, 310, 305, 310 and hound 10, bit of a 10, good of a 10, hound 10, hound 10, 310. Sold 305 Smith, 305 Smith. Big-footed heifer, $2. 210.20 and 210.20, bit of a 210.20, bit of a 210.20, good to be 210.20 and 210.20 and 30, 30, 220, 30 and 20, bit to get 30, good to be 20, bit to get 30, good to be 20, bit to get 30, good to be 220 and 30, Terry, 220, 10. $325 and $325 and 25, 25, 25. We get $325. We get $325. $325, 30 and $330. We get $330 and 25. We get $330. Going to be 30. We get 5 and 35, 35, 40. We get $340. We get $340. We get $340. We get $340 here. Poke $335. 62. Bragg. $350. 355 and 55 and 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55 here, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 355 and now 55, 60, we get 360, now 5 and 65, 70, we get 370, now 5 and now 80, we get 380, 385 here, going to be 85, 85, 85, 385, 85 there, going to be 85, bit of a 5 here, going to be 80 and 5 here, Varner, 387. These heifers are guaranteed open, it says. 275 and 275.80 and 75 going to be 285, 85, 85 and 90. We get 295, we get 295 and 3 and 95 and 300 and 95 we get 305 and 305 we get 5 and 10 going to be 310 we get 310 going to be 5 and 10 here going to be 310 and hand 10 310 310 310 a pound here bit of a 10 here going to be 10 here Varner 305 72X. 350. 350, 60, and 350, we get 350, we get 350, we get 350, we get 350, 350, 60, and 350, 60, going to be 3 and a hand, going to be 360, going to be 350, we get 360, poke 350, 13. Yes, sir. 90. Two heifers come from Jose Rubio. 310 and 310, 15 and 310, we get 310, bit of a 10, 310, 310, 310, 310, 310, 305 and 305, we get 5, we get 5, we get 5, now 510, going to be 310, going to be 5, bit of a 10, and now 10, going to be 310, we get 310, 310, 310, 310, Terry, 305, 11. Morning, Jess. Three and a quarter. 325, and 25, 30, and 25, we get 30, 25, and 30, and 25, going to be 30, we get 30, and 25, we get 30, 25, going to be 30, we get 30, and 25, and 30, and 335, and 35, 40, we get 30, 45, we get 45, and 45, 50, and 350, we get 50, 10, 50, 45, 53, we get 50, we get 50, we get 50, 10, 50 here, Varner, 345, 66X. Yes, sir, 320. 325, 25, and 25, 25, 25, 25, we get 325, and 25, and 30, and 30, we get 335, 335, 335, 335, and 35, 540, we get 345, and 45, 45, 45, 45, 45, 45, we get 45, we get 45, we get 45, we get 45, here, sold 340, Troy, 8. Three and a quarter, 325, and 25, and 25, 25, 25 and 5 here, 5 here, going to be 325, and 25 and 5 here, 5 here, going to be 325, and 325 here, 325, and 25 here, and 20, what do they weigh? 325, and 7.5, and 30 and 5, and 35, 40, we get 345, and 45, 50, we get 350, we get 350, we get 350, we get 45, 50 here, Troy, 345, 66X, 6X, Craig. Time you think he got up this morning? Oh, he did. Of who? Of whose? You didn't know it? Busted nose and a bad foot. Dollar pound. $10 and 110, 20 and 20, we get 30, we get 40, we get 50, we get 60, 70, 170, 170, 80, going to be 80, 90, going to be 190, going to be 190, going to be $2 and 190, we get 2, going to be 190, we get 2. Terry, 190 on 9. $2. $2.05 and $2.05. We get 5 and 10. Going to be 10. We get 15. Going to be 20. We get 5. Going to be 225, 30 and 35, 35, 35, 40. We get 245, 245, 50. We get 255 and 55, 60. Going to be 265 and 5 here. 65. Zig 5 here. Going to be 265 here. Ricardo 260. $3, 305, and 305, we get 5, we get 5, we get 3, we get 5, go to 3, we get 5, go to 305, and $3.05, we get 5, 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 now 5 here, Troy, $3, 9. There's another one. He's got a little bit of an eye issue. 250. 255 and 55 and 55, 55, 55, 60, we get 60, we get 5, going to be tail 70 and 5 and 75, 80, we get 2, 85, going to be 85, 85 and 90, we get 2, 95 and 95 and 3 and 95, we get 3, going to be 95, we get 3, going to be 305, 305, 305, 305, took him at 3, going to be 305, 305, 305, 305, you're out now, 305. Terry, $3, 12. $250. 255, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, and 55, we get 55, down 60, 265, and now 70, we get 275, going to be 275, we get 275, and 75 here, 75, 75, 75, 75 here, Varner, 270, 102, Preg. Good, let's sell ladies. 2,200 heifers to go through, guys. 2,200 of them. 350. 355, and 55, and 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, out the gate, 55, and 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 60, and 365, and now 65, 65, 70, we get 370, we get 375, and 75 here, 80, we get 380, 375, 80, and 75, 80, we get 380, we get 380, we get 380 here, Tubby, 375, 16X. Come out there, Derek, guys. Here are open. 250. 255, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 60, and 5, and now 70, we get 5, good to be 80, we get 5, good to be 92, 92, 95, 95, 95, 95, 95, 95, 95, 93, and 95, we get 3, 2 and a half, good to be 2 and a half, 5, and 3, 5, good to be 7 and a half, 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 750, and 3, 7 and a half, good to be 7 and a half, 10, good to be 3, 10, good to be 3, 10, 12 and a half, good to be 10, 12 and a half, good to be 10, 12 and a half, good to be 10, 12 and a half, Warner, 3, 10, 7, 78, 78. You want to check them here? Let him go. Let him go. Dobson cattle guys from Maysville. 5 of them, they're guaranteed open. 325. 325. 25 and 25, 25, 25, 25, 30. And 25 and 30 and 25 and 30. And 35 and 35, 35, 35, 37 and a half, 37 and a half, 40, 40, 42 and a half, 2 and a half, 5. And 45, 45, 47 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 50. And 3, 52 and a half, 2 and a half, 2 and a half, going to be 52, 50. And 52 and a half, 2 and a half, going to be 50, 2 and a half, 5. And 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, Tubby. 352 and a half, 17X. Here's a Jenkins heifers right here, 335 and 35 and 35. You got 35, 35, 37 and a half, 37 and a half, 7 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 and a half, 37 and a half, 40 and a half, 40. You're going to get 2 and a half, going to be 5 and 45, 47 and a half, 47 and a half, 47 and a half, 50 and a half, 52 and a half. You're going to get 2 and a half, going to be 2 and a half, 5 and 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55 here, 5. You're going to get 5 here, Tubby, 352 and a half, 17X. Jimmy Hill guys, wean them back in April. 2 rounds of shots and no implants from Apache. And 365. Sold some yesterday. 360, and 370. And half high 70. We did get 370. Going to be 5. Going to be 70. Going to be 5. 370. And 370. We did get 370. We did get 370. Going to be 65. Now 70. And 370. 365. 70. And 375. 75. 75. 75. Going to be 75. And 375. 75. 75. 75. 75. Here 75. There 80. And 380. We did get 385. 85. 85. 85. 85. Here. 80, 85, going to be 80, half high, going to be 85, bit of a 5 here, Tubby, 380, 16X. Here's David Hoffman's heifers. They're guaranteed open, but he did have them blood tested at home, and they're open. That's why they're here. Had them checked at home, guys, blood tested at home. They're open. $3, now 5, and 3.5, and 302 and a half, get 2 and a half, get 2 and a half, go to be 2 and a half, get 2 and a half, go to be 3 and a half, 2 and a half, but 2 and a half, and 2 and a half, and 250, and 3 2 and a half, 5, get 5, get 5, get 5, now 5 here, now 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and 10, and 310, but 10, 310, get 10, 310, but 10, 310, now 10, and 310, go to be 10, but 10, go to be 10, but 10, now 10 here, Tubby, 3 7 and a half, 19. Here's a Karen cattle guys from Hugo. Big old tall effort. 275 and 275 80 and 75 going to be 275 80 280 275 80 and 280 we get 285 85 85 85 85 90 we get 290 295 and 95 3 and 95 we get 305 305 310 310 up hand 510 10 12 50 and 10 and 12 going to be 10 and 12 going to be 10 12 50 and 310 12 going to be 10 and 12 going to be 310 12 going to be 10 12 here Tubby 310 19X. Gank cattle guys right there. You're going to be Schroeder's right there here. 325, 30, and 25, and 25, and 25, 25, 25, and 35. We get 35, 35, 35, 40. We get 3, 40, 45, and 45, 45, 50. We get 3, 50, 30, 53, 53, 45, 50, and 350, and 5, and 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, we get 55, we get 50, 5, 55 here. Tubby, 350, 17X. Well, the Schroeder is right there here, 310, and 10, 12 and a half, going to be 10 and 12 and a half, going to be 10 and 12 and a half, going to be 10 and 12 and a half, going to be 10 and 12 and a half, going to be 310, 1250, and 10, 12 and a half, going to be 10 and 12 and a half, going to be 10, 12 and a half. Am I going too fast or the scale's going too slow? They're slow today. 310 and 10, 1250, and 10, 12 and a half, going to be 10, 12 and a half, 10, 12 and a half, 15, and 15, 17 and a half, 17, 20, going to be 20, bit of a 20, going to be 22 and a half, going to be 22 and a half, 5, and 25, 25, 25, 25, 25, 325, 7 and a half, and 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 30, going to get 30, going to get 32 and a half, going to get 2 and a half, going to be 2 and a half, 5, and 35, and 35, going to get 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 35 here, Tubby, 332 and a half, 18X. Okay, count them all the Schroeders. Yep. 335 and 335 and 35, 35, 35, 35, 37 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 37 and a half, 35 and 37 and a half, 37 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and 42 and a half, 2 and a half, 5 and 45, 47 and a half, 47 and a half, 50 and a half, 50, 52 and a half, 2 and a half, 2 and a half, going to be 52 and a half, 5 and 57 and a half, 57 and a half, 7 and a half, 63, 62 and a half, and 2 and a half, 2 and a half, 5 and 65 and 7 and a half, 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 70 and half, 70, 370. 370 Tubby, 367 and a half, 17X. Oh, the Schroeder's got right there here, 325 and 25 and 25 and 25, 25, 27 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, going to be 2750 and 20, 7 and a half, going to be 27 and a half, going to be 27 and a half, going to be 2750 and 27 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 30 and a half, 30 and 2 and a half, 2 and a half, 5 and half, 5 here, 35 and 35, 35, 35, 35, 335 and 335, 35, 35, 35, 35 here, Tubby, 332 and a half, 18X. Here comes the Woods and Woods from Amber. Right, Angus? Remember some of them yesterday, yep. 60 days on the weaning date. They're up hunting high here, 355 and 55 and 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 7 and a half, 57 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, and now 63, 62 and a half, 2 and a half, 2 and a half, and 5, and 65, 7 and a half, 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 70, and 370, 370, half, 2 and a half, and 72 and a half, going to be 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 72.50, and 70, 2 and a half, Kyle, 370, 1, X. Something on her right hip. Something with her right hip. 75 days, wean guys. Kane Yost topped the market yesterday, if I remember.
Yeah, they were nice.
They were nice.
They are nice.
There it is. 325 and 25 and 25, 25, 27 and a half and 27 and a half, 7 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 and 30, 30, then 2 and a half, going to be 2 and a half, 5 and 35, 35, 35, 35, 35, 335 and 335, 335, 335, 750 and 37 and a half, 7 and 40, 40, going to be 40, going to be 40, going to be 40, 40, going to be 40 and half, 40 and 340, going to be 40, going to be 40, going to be 40, 40 and half, 40 here, Tubby, 337 and a half, 11, X. Here comes the Yosick heifers. There you are, checked open. Wesley Yosick. Yes, sir. Be about 50 of these cattle today. Good one's here, 335 and 35 and 35, 35, 35, 35, 35, 35, 35, 3, 35 of 5 here, 7 and a half and 37 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 750, 40 and half, 40, 40, 40 and a half, 40 and a half, 2 and a half and 40, 2 and a half, 5, 45, 45, 45, 45 and 45, 5, 45, 7 and a half, 47 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and 50 and half, 50, 50, 52 and a half, going to be 2 and a half, 2 and a half, 5 and 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55 and 55 here, 5 here, 5 here, 5 here, Tubby, 352 and a half, 11. More of them, Dad. 9 more. Wesley's right there here. 310 and 10, 11 and 310, 12 and 5. Going to be 301 and $3.01. Here, $1, here, going to be 301 and $3.01. Here, $1, you go on. Here, 2, we get 3, we get 5. Going to be 7 here, 9, 7, 7 and 9, and 3 on 9, 11, 8, 9, 10, 11, 10, 11, 11, 11, 12, 11, 12 and 13. We get 13, we get 13, 14 and 14, 14, we get 14, 14 and 13, we get 14. Going to be 15 and 315 and 50, 60 there. Going to be 16, 17, 17, 17, 17, 17, 18. 18, bit of 18, going to be $18.19 and 19, bit of 19, going to be 19, now 20 and 320 and 19, 20 there and 20 and 20, going to be 20, bit of 20, going to be 20, bit of 20 here, sold 319, bit of on Tubby 19. Steers after a while.
You almost sell half of them, then I'll sell the other.
They are thin, guys. Here's a Nelson cattle, guys, from Corsicana. 365, and 65, and 65, and has it got checked up on 65, 7.5, and 67 and a half, 7 and 70, now 70, we get 2.5, 75, 7 and a half, now 80, and 382 and a half, going to be 2.5, 5, 85, 85, 87 and a half, going to be 87 and a half, going to be 390, we get 90, 92 and a half, 95, and 95, 95, 97 and a half, 97 and a half, 97 and a half, 97, 50, and 100, we get 7 and a half, going to be 97 and a half, 7 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 and a half, 4, and now 4, and now 4, going to be 2 and a half, we get 2 and a half, going to be 2 and a half, we get 2 and a half, we get 2 and a half, going to be 2 and a half, going to be 2 and a half here, Tubby, $4, 12. Nelson. Do not know. Looks like it, maybe. More of the Nelsons guys from Corsicana. Yes, sir. 335 and 35 and 35. You go out 35, 35, 35, 35, 37 and a half, 7 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 and 40 and half 40. We get 2 and a half, 5 and 45, 7 and a half, 47 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 47, 50 and 40. We get 7 and a half. Going to be 40. We get 7 and a half. Going to be 47 and a half and 47, 7 and a half, 7 and 50 and half, 50 and a half, 2 and a half. We get 2 and a half. We get 2 and a half. Bit of a 2 and a half. Going to be 2 and a half. 52, 50 and 52 and a half. We get 2 and a half, 5 and 55, 55, 57 and a half, 57 and a half, 7 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 and a half, 57 and a half and 57 and a half, 57, 50 and 57 and a half here, Tubby, 355, 17. Scooping. McDowell's. Here's a McDowell's. Huh. There's always half of them, bro. Shamrocky. 350, 355, and 55, and 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 57 and a half, 57 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 57 and a half, and 57 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 57, 50, and 57 and a half, 57 and a half, 57 and a half, 57, 50, and 57 and a half, 7 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 and a half here, Tubby, 355, 17. Here's the Pattersons. Mineral Wells, Texas here, 335 and 35 and 35. You go out 35, 35, 35, 35, 35. You go 335 here, 5 here. Going to be 335 and 335, 5 here, 325. You get 25 and 27 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 730. And now 30. We get 2 and a half. Going to be 2 and a half, 5 and 35, 35, 35, 35, 35. We get 335. We get 335 and 35, 35, 35, 35. We get 335 here, 5 here. Tubby, 332 and a half, 18. Oh, man, yeah. Yep, we are. That's not the Murphy sitting over there, is it? That's not the Murphy sitting over there, is it? He's got a mustache here.
Hello? Yes.
Here's a Murphy cattle, guys. Pat Murphy. He's usually here, but I don't see him today. Need to hold one in tone. Hold one, guys. She got a buckling. Baldy buckling. 365, it's a 55, it's a 55, has a 55, 7 and a half, 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 and now 70, 2 and a half, 72 and a half, 5, and 77 and a half, 77 and a half, now 80, and now 2 and a half, 2 and a half here, 82 and a half, 5, 85, 87 and a half, good to be 87 and a half, good to be 87 and a half, good to be 87, 50, and now 90, and now 90, good to be 90, good to be 90, good to be 90, now 1, and 90, 91, 91, 91, 91, 91, 91, good to get 91, good to get 91, good to get 91, good to be 1, and 91, and 91, 91, 91, 91, 91, 91, we get 91, we get 91 here, so about 390, Kyle 0. Yard him out. Here's a Hermes guy, guys. Larry Hermes. Alec Gainesville guys here. Checked open. 325 and 27 and a half and 20, 7 and a half, 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 750 and 27 and a half, going to be 27 and a half, going to be 27. And now, guys, I'm going to tell you what, I'm going to be honest as I can. He called me last night and he said all these calves are right off the cow. They're right off the cow, so I just want to let everybody know that. Had good cows. 325, 320, 321. 321 and 21, 21, 21, 21, 21, 21, 21, and 321, bit of 1 here, going to be 21, going to be 21, 21, 21, 21, going to be 321, going to be 21 here, Barner, 320, 62. Here's a Coleman cattle guys from Holiday, Texas. Checked up on 335 and 35 and 35. You go 35, 35, 35, 35. We get 335 here. 5 here. Going to be 335 and 35, 37 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 750 and 30. We get 7 and a half. Going to be yes sir. 37 and a half and half 40 and half 40. We get 2 and a half. We get 2 and a half 5 and 45, 47 and a half, 47 and a half, 50. We get 52 and a half. We get 2 and a half. We get 2 and a half. We get 2 and a half. Going to be 52, 50 and half 5 and 55 here. 55, 55, 55 here. 5 here. 5 here. 5 here. Tubby 352 and a half, 17. Next size up here in the quarter, and 25, and 25, and 25, 25, 25, and 5 here, 5 here, going to be 325, and 327 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 25, 27 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and 30, and half 30, bit of a 30, bit of 30, going to be 30, bit of 30, going to be 30, bit of 30, and 30, and half 30, bit of 30, half 30, you get 30, half 30, bit of 30, bit of 30, half 30 here, Tubby, 327 and a half, 18. One's got a little warts on her. Should be on there, guys. One's a little warty. Here's a Dunkles. 2 drafts. These cattle guys are checked open. 335 and 35 and 35. You got 35, 35, 35, 35. You get 335 here, 5 here, 5 here. You're going to be 335 half and 37 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and 40. You get 40. You're going to be 2 and a half. You get 2 and a half, 5 and 47 and a half, 47 and a half, 50 and a half, 52 and a half. You get 2 and a half. You get 2 and a half. You get 2 and a half and 52, 50 and 52 and a half, 5 and 55, 57 and a half, 57 and a half. You're going to be 60. You get 2 and a half. You get 5 and 7 and a half. Now 70. Now 70. 370 and now 72 and a half, 72 and a half, 72, 50 and 70. You get 2 and a half. Going to be 72 and a half here. Tubby 370, 17, 26. Cow makers. Yeah, somewhere. 325 and 325 and 25, 25, 25, 25, 325 and 325, 30, we get 3, 30, we get 3, 30, we get 3, 30, now 30 and 25 and 30, we get 30, going to be 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 30 here, Varner 325, 66. Thank you to Mr. Dunkel. Is that Ender? Lee Earls, they are checked open. Got like you said, ladies. Little cow makers here, I think. 321 and 21 and 21, 21, 21, 21, 321 and 20 and 21, 21, 22, 22, 23 and 23, we get 4 and 24, we get 5 and 25, 600 and 6, 7 and 7 and 7 and 7 of a group 27 of a and high, we get down to 30, we get 30, we get 30, 31 and 30, 31 here, 1 here, 32 and 32, 33, 33, 34 here, 34, 34 now 5 and 35, 6 and 35, going to be 600, 35, we get 6 here, 35, going to be 600, 35, 3600 and 35, going to be 6 here, going to be 6 here, Tubby 335. 11. Ken, you back for some more? Good. Never hurts to look. I thought the same thing, Lynn. Everybody but Greenhead over there. I'll tell you later. Moyers, checked open. 335 and 35, you got 35, 35, 35, 37 and a half, 37 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and 40, you get 40, you get 2 and a half, 5 and 45, 47 and a half, 50, you get 50, 2 and a half, you get 2 and a half, you get 2 and a half, 5 and 55, 55, 7 and a half, 57 and a half, going to be 60 and a half, 60, you get 2 and a half, you get 2 and a half, you get 2 and a half, 5 and 65 and a half, 65, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 70, you get 370, 370, 250 and 72 and a half, 5 and 75, 75, 75, 75, 375, 375, 77 and a half and 77, 50 and 377 and a half, here going to be 77 and a half here, Tubby 375, 11. Everybody was wearing blue yesterday, and a lot of people were wearing blue today, except you. Moyer. Yes. Yep. Here's Flying Mountain from Watonga. 350. 355 and 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 355 and 55, 60 and 55, 60, 55, 60, 55, 60 and 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 60, 360, 360, De La Fleur, 355, 70. Joe Speck, Dr. Speck, and they're at Brownwood. Yep, Dr. Speck. Be 2 drafts of these. They're green, green, green. 375 and 75. Checked up on 375.80 and 75 here. 75, 75, 75, 75, 375.80 and 380, 385, 85 and 90. We get 390, 390, 395. We get 95, we get 95, we get 97 and a half, 97 and a half. Now 4 and 97, 4, 2 and a half. We get 2 and a half. Going to be 2 and a half. We get 2 and a half. Going to be 4, 2 and a half, 5 and 405. Going to be 7 and a half, 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 750 and 4, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half here. Bit of a half here. Going to be 7 and a half here. Tubby 405, 16. Curtis's blue lid. Blue shirt day. Was yesterday, too. $37 more Dr. Specs guys down there in Brownwood. All checked open. One's got a short tail. Should be there, guys. 350. 355 and 55 and 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 57 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 57, 50, and now 62 and a half, 2 and a half, 5, and 65, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 70, now 72 and a half, 72 and a half, 5, and 75 here, 75, 77 and a half, 77 and a half, 7, 50, 80, and 380 pound here, 80, 380, and 378, 78, now 78, 77, $8, and 78, 78, 79, good with 9, good with 9, good with 9, good with 7, 80, and 381, 81 here, good with 81, 81, 81 here, good with 82, 82, 82, 81, 82, and down to 82, LaFleur, 381, 70. Yard him out. Which one? Short ear. Call that. And a crippled. Wes Wyatt. Wes Wyatt from Sterling. One's got a short tail here. Should be there. 365, and 65, 60 plus days, 360, 70, and 370, and now 65, 70, we get 375, 75, going to be 85, going to be 85, and 90, we get 390, 395, and 95, we get 4, 95, we get 405, 405, 10, 410, 410, 15, and down 20, and 420, we get 420, we get 425, and 25, and 30, we get 435, and for 35, 40, we get 440, you get 440, we get 440, and for 40, we get 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 40, Warner, 435 on 50. Yep, 16 more Wesses. Wes Wyatt. Used to be from Elgin. 355, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 60 days, Wayne there, 55, 7 and a half, and 57 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 57 and a half, 57 and a half, 57, 50, and now 60, we get 2 and a half, we get 5, and 65, 65, 65, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 70, we get 370, now 70, and 370, 250, and 70, we get 2 and a half, going to be 70, we get 2 and a half, going to be 72 and a half, 72 and a half, 72 and a half, 72, 50, and 70, we get 2 and a half, 70, now 2 and a half here, Kyle, 370 on 0. Yard him out. No. That's Wes. Hey. Nice cattle, Wes. Thank you, Pope. Got steered later. Awesome. Awesome. From Tolar, Texas, guys. 60 plus days, guys. Nick's got 60 plus days, and they are checked open. Sold the light in yesterday. $4 a pound, 405, and $4.05, and 405, we get 5, 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 we get 405, and 405 here, 5, we get 5, we get 5 here, 10, and down 10 here, 10 here, 10 here, going to be 10, and 410 a pound, going to be 5 and 10 here, 410, and down 10, going to be 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 10, 410, 410, 410 here, Tubby, 405, 11, 15. Thank you, Nixus. Well, Bo Nixus. Bo Nix. He's sitting there in the right below Pokey Varner. Wes, Dale Cooper said hello. Yeah, that's him. That old man in the corner. We had the light into these yesterday, guys. Top to market. Here's going to be 100 yates, guys. They're over 100 days on the weaning.
There's 408. We're going to cut them in two.
There's 408. We're going to say at 204.
No implant.
No implants. All checked open. Condition speaks for itself. All I can say is that's a really, really good set of heifers. $400 of this size. There's 181 behind them. Should be bigger. Where's your man? Good. Sir? Monty Pot should be trotting in, I believe, guys. 204 of them. No implants. Over 100 days in the weaning. Checked open.
Hard to find a green one this size. It's not bald.
Yeah.
Help yourself.
He puts these together. Does a good job.
He buys the right one.
Yeah, he does. Might be a little watery pink eye or two, guys, scattered across the deal. Few little eyes. Yep. They'll be there.
They got the working clothes on.
Working clothes, guys. So 203. 203. Okay. 375 and 375 and 375 and 75 75 75 75 80 and 380 75 85 95 and 95 and 95 95 95 95 95 95 95 95 95 95 group 395 and 95 and 95 95 95 95 and 95 95 395 and 95 and 395 95 95 anybody else now 395 now 4 95 4 and 92 97 and a half 4 and 97 group 4 and 97 group 4 going to be four and a half 4 and honey 7 going to be $4 a pound and honey 7 going to be 4 going to be 4 did you do it now 2 and a half 4 2 and a half 4 2 and a half and 4 2 and a half 5 and 405 and 405 405 and 405 7 and a half and 7 and a half 7 and a half 7 and a half 7 and 10 and down 10 410 410 and 10 about 10 and down 10 410 12 and a half and 10 and 12 going to be 10 and 12 going to be 10 and 12 15 and 415 15, and 450, 50, 15, 15, and 15, 15, now 17 and a half, and 17 and a half, 17 and a half, 17 and a half, 17, 50, and 17 and a half, 17, 20, and hand 20, bit of a 20, and 20, and 20, 23, bit of a 23, and hand 20, hand 1, and 20, hand 1, here, bit of a 1, here, going to be 21, and 21, 2, 21, 2, 21, 2, 21, 2, 21, bit of a 2, 21, bit of a 2, 3, and 23, bit of a 3, going to be 22, now 3, and 23, bit of a 3, and 23, bit of a 3, 4, and 24, now 4, here, 4 here, going to be 23, bit of a 4 here, now 23, now 4, and 23, now 4 here, 4 here, going to be 23, 24, and 23, 24, now 4 here, 23, going to be 4, and 23, 24, now 4 here, 4 here, 4 here, now 4 here, sold, 423, LaFleur, put him on number 60.
Okay, all right. I got you. Okay, all right.
Thank you.
So I sent him video on
Did you?
he's got something else showing to somebody. And they love it. He's ready to promote it.
Split draft, that's, we're gonna have 205 here, so we can put that,
Gate cut.
so there should be 52, give me a good head count on this. Should be 52.
Where's he from? Hunter?
You got 51? Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. We were just talking about that. Yep. Yep. Bye. Should be 205, yep.
Okay, I'm gonna have the next 52 here, and let's get a good head count off. I think there's 52 in this one.
I don't think so. And Kyle, LaFleur, Tubby, Runyon.
Thank you.
Start them right there again, 375, and just let them roll. Didn't have much to pick from yesterday in the calf cell again.
No, but
Let's see what
not really. Not really.
Mighty Pot's trotting in, guys. 205 on this cut. 205. Give y'all another opportunity to get you another big load of them, guys. Your head count's driving.
Should be 205. Good.
375. Let's roll, guys. 375 and 75. Yeah, 375 and 75, 75, 75, 75, 80 and 380 and 75, 83, 83, 85, 85, 85, 85, 85, 85, 90, 95 and 94 and 95, 4, now 4, now 5 and 405, 10 and 10 here, a little bit of a 10 here, 7.5 and 7, 7.5, 7.5, 7.5, 7.5, 7.5, 4, 7.5, 7.5, 4, 750 and 7, 7.5, 7.5, 7.5, 10 and 10, 10, 10, 12.5 and 10 and 12, 15 and 15, 17.5, 17.5, 17, 20 and 10, 20, good to be 20, good to be 20, good to be 20, 420 and 20, that point and 421, 21, 21, 21, 21, 21, 21, 22 and 22, 22, 22, 22 and 22, 3 and 23, 3 and 23, 3 and 23, 4 and 23, 4 and 24 and 24, 24, 24, 24, 24, 24, 24 and 4, 24, 424 and 23, 4, going to be 23, 4, going to be 424 and 424, going to be 23, 4, 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 424, 424. Kyle, 423. 3. What number? 62. Same.
Check something else today. Oh, good, good. Yeah, I got mine tomorrow. I'll do it. Check mine.
Should be 181 of the next offering.
I don't have to go see him, thank God. Okay. All right, bye. Aren't they nice?
Love.
He does an outstanding job.
Hunter, I don't know who buys your cattle for you, but they might get a raise next year.
They're all checked open. What they weigh?
29. Feed man's in Vegas. Feed man's in Vegas.
Cold weather, took the day off. 2 weeks ago, I have a whole fucking week off.
Okay, I'll set on the next 45 when you're ready.
We can't go nowhere because my daughter's got to work the fireworks booth for her cheer squad all week. They want me to set up my speaker and get my microphone out and be like, come get your fireworks.
We've all been there. Raise money for those kids.
Is he coming? Is he coming, Travis?
Yeah, but
Wants to see the steers.
they're outstanding now.
Okay, I'll set on the next 45 when you're ready.
Give good count.
Yeah, do a good set count on
full, not too thin, just right. Muddy pot lid. Here we go, guys. 181 of the Yateses. Not many opportunities, guys. Here we go. 335 and 35. You got 35, 35, 35, 5 here. 5 here. Going to be 3, 35 and 37, 50 and 37 and 7 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 and 40 and 2 and 2 and 2 and 5 and 45, 45, 45, 45, 5, 35, 43, 5 and 47 and 45. Going to be 7 here. 45. Going to be 7, 6, 7 and 47 here. 47, $8 and 47, 9. Going to be 9. Going to be 9. Going to be 9. 49, 49, 49, 49. You get 50 and 51 and 50, 51 here. 51, 51, 51, 51, 51 and 1 here. 1 here 2 and 51 2 and 3 and 53 4 53 4 5 and 55 600 56 7 and 57 8 57 8 57 8 9 group 9 and 9 59 60 and 9 60 and 9 here 60 and 1 as I get 1 has I get 1 as I get 1 as I get 1 here 2 and 2 and 1 2 62 and 62 1 2 62 3 and 3 3 and 4 and half 4 you get 5 as I get 5 as I get 5 as I get 5 600 and 66 here 5 now 600 as I get 5 going to be 66 7 and 7 7 7 7 7 here going to be 7 here 7 7 no going to be 67 and 7 here 7 7 here going to be 67 how hey and 9 and 9 bit of 9 group 9 69 and 9 70 now 70 now 70 and 9 here going to be 70 70 going to be 370 and 9 here 1 and 70 71 71 71 71 71 371 2 and 71 2 3 and 73 3 and 73 3 and 73 3 72 3 and 73 3 and 3 4 and 74 here 73 and half 4 and 74 here 74 74 74 74 74 74 74 and 74 374 374 and a half and 74 and a half 75 and 75 5 here 75 here 75 here 75 75 75 75 50 and 75 and a half 600 and 75 and a half 76 75 and a half 7600 and 75 and a half going to be 76 and 75 and a half 76 and a half and 76 and a half here 7 and 77 77 77 77 and 77 down and 77 50 and $78 and 70 hay 70 hay 70 hay 70 hay 70 hay 70 hay $78 and $78 and a half 8 and a half here 78 and I have a 9 and now 9 going to be 70 now 9 going to be 9 here 70 now 9 79 and 79 a pound 79 going to be 79 and now 9 going to be 70 now 9 79 now 9 78 and a half now 9 and 9 here going to be 9 and a half. 9 and a half 80 and 380 and 380 pound here 80 380 there 80 50 80 50 have 1 here 81 here 81 81 81 81 here 81 going to be 381 and 381 here 81 here 81 here 80 now 1 here Tubby 380 and a half number 37. Do what, Tub? Crooked-headed black baldy.
We're going to show you a few cow makers here.
Here's some cow power.
These are Speaks' heifers.
Hunter. Thank you, Ben.
Raised them all.
Nice job.
No implant.
Here's Travis's cattle, guys. Here's some cow makers. 45 in this first cut, 39 right behind them. They are all checked open. Cow power. The baldies will be behind them.
Checked open, no implant. Real low. Yeah.
Yep, his home race efforts. 310 11 310 11 310 11 310 11 19 11 10 11 10 11 10 11 10 11 3 11 group 310 11 310 11 here 19 11 10 11 10 11 10 11 10 11 10 11 10 11 10 11 12 and 12 13 13 14 and 40 15 50 50 15 here 15 50 14 50 16 and 316 and now 17 17 now 17 18 18 18 19 and 19 and 20 and 20 20 group 20 20 group 20 20 group 19 20 and 21 21 21 21 and 21 22, 22, 3, and 23, 3, going to be 23, 3, going to be 23, 3, 4, and 23, 4, 5, and 25 here, 5 here, 600, and 25, going to be 6 here, half, 6, 25 and a half, 2600, and 25 and a half, going to be 326, and now half, and 26 and a half here, now half here, now half, and 26 and a half here, half here, bit of a half here, going to be 26 and a half, and 26 and a half here, half here, half here, bit of a half here, now half here, now half here, Hayes, 326 on 12. You ain't kidding. Some might like these a little better, Georgie. You internet guys look in. Yeah. Love them. 325, and 325, and 25, 25, 25, and 5 here, 325, 25, and 25, 27, and 7, and 7, and 7, and 7, and 7, and 750, and 27, and 27, and 750, and 27, and 7, and 7, and 7, and 7, and 7, and half, and 27, 50, and 27, and 7, and I'm going, guys, here, 750, and 27, and 6, 7, and 7, and 7, and 7, and 7, and 7, and 7, $8, and 27, 8, 27, 8, 9, and now 9, going to be 9, going to be 329, and now 20, going to be 9, going to be 30, and now 30 half on, and 31, 31, 31, 31, 31, 31, going to be 30 half on, 30 half on, here you're going to be 31, and 30 half on, Tub, you're out, 31, and 31 here, top row, you're all out, 31, and 30, 31 here, audience is out, 31, and 30, 31, half on, here, here, going to be 331, and 331, 31 here, going to be 331 a pound here, 31 here, sold out, 330, online buyer will be Smith. Yard them out. 2 or 3 of the smallest ones.
Okay, let's go to DOCs. This is their cow makers.
Here's the DOC cow makers.
Yeah, they're super nice. They always top of the market. Kev,
They're calves, always top the market.
37 in this first draft.
They're
Same program, no implants.
no implants,
They were checked at home,
checked open on the ranch.
and that's why they're here. We got
That's why they're here, guys. 2 rounds of all the shots. One heifer's got a little twisted tail. She'll be on there. Not bad. 325, and 325, and 25, 25, 25, 20. Hold her if you need to. 325, and 25, and 25, and 25, 25, 25, 27 and a half, and 27 and a half, 7 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 and a half, 750, and 27 and 21, and 321, 21, 21, 21, 21, 21, here, 321, and 321, here, 22, and 23, 3, and 23, 3, and 23, 4, and 23, now 4, now 5, and 25, 2600, and 25, bit of a 6 here, 25, bit of a 6, 7, and 6, 7, and 7, 7, 8, 27, 7, 7, 7, going to be 27, bit of an $8, and 27, going to be 27, bit of an 8 here, going to be 27, bit of an 8, and 27, bit of an 8, 27, 28, 27, 8, half, 8, 27 and a half, $8, and 28 and a half, 28 and a half, 850, 50 and a half here, 8 and a half, going to be 28 and a half here, 8 and a half, 9, and now 950, and now 950, and 20, going to be 20, bit of a 9 and a half, 9 and a half here, Tubby, 329, 38. Bring that screw tail back.
There's the cow makers.
And look for one's got short ears. Here's your cow power coming in. They are pretty, aren't they? These guys have a good breeding program down there. 34 lid.
They do. 34 of these. Well, they're just good as grows now. No implants.
And no implants, guys. They're ready for the bull. 265, 265, and 85, and 85, and 85, 750, 70, and now 70, we get 2.5, 75, 77, and now 77, 80, and 282 and a half, we get 2.5, going to be 2.5, 5, 85, 85, 87, going to be 87, going to be 87, half at 90, and now 90, we get 2.5, going to be 90, we get 2.5, going to be 90, we get 2.5, 5, and 95, 750, and 90, we get 7, 97, and now 3, and now 3, going to be 3, we get 3, going to be 3, going to be 3, going to be 3, we get 3, going to be 3 now, 3 now, 3 now, 2.5, and 2.5, and 2.5, we get 2.5, going to be 2.5, we get 2.5, going to be 2.5, going to be 2.5, going to be 3, 2.5, and 3, 2.5, and 3, 2.5, 5, and 3 now 5, 305, 305, and 3 now 5, we get 5, we get 5, we get 5, we get 5, 305, and 3 now 5 here, 5, we get 5, we get 5, 305, and 3 now 5, now 5, we get 5, we get 5, we get 5, now 5, going to be 305, and 305, we get 5 here, now 5, we get 5, we get 5, we get 5, now 5 here to be 302 and a half, 29.
Okay.
Here's the one's got just a little flick ear to him, guys. Just a little bit of that Brangus influence. You call them ultra blacks.
Ultra black.
Ultra blacks.
They're
And gentle. And gentile. That's worth quite a bit right there, isn't it? George, you give $3 to start me? Do you say yeah? 275, and 275, and 275, and 7750, and 77, and 77, and 7750, and 77, and 80, bit of 80 here, 2 and a half, good with 2 and a half, you get 2 and a half, 5, 85 here, good with 87, and 7 and 7, 90, you get 2, 92, 92 and a half, you get 2 and a half, 92 and a half, on 3, and 93, and 95, 95, 93, 95, 97, 97, 97, 97, 97, 97, 97, 95, 97, and 95, you get 7, and 95, 97, 97, 97, 97, you get 97, 95, 97, and 97, you get 97, you get 97, good with 95, going to get 7 to be at 95, 97, going to be 95, going to be 7, and 95, going to get 7 here, going to be 95, going to be 7 here to be 295 on 29. Good sorting, George. Thank you to the DOCs.
Good job, George.
Hell of a good job, George. They did. More people that's never been here take pictures of those brands.
Must be his home race.
Looks like Jimmy's got some pretty nice replacement heifers too, Georgie.
Fancy.
325, and 25, and 25, 25, 25, 5 here, 25, and 25, 25, 25, 5, 7, 7, 750, and 20, we get 7, 7, 7, 7, 7, 30, we get 30, we get 32, we get 2 and a half, bit of a half here, now 2 and a half, 5, and 35, 37, 7, 7, 7, 7, 40, and 40, get 40 there, going to be 45 1, and 41, 41, 41, 2, 41, 2, 41, 2, 41, 2, 41, 2, 41, 2, 41, 2, 3, and 43, we get 3, and 43, we get 3, and 43, we get 4, and 44, 4, 5, and 45 here, 5, we get 5, 600, and 45, bit of a 67, and 47, 47 of head, 47 to play, 47, $8, and 47, how, hey, there, 9, and now 9, bit of a 9, bit of a 9, bit of a 9, bit of a 9, 50, and now 53, bit of 50, half point, and 50, 51, here, 2, 1, 2, 3, bit of 53, bit of 53, 53, now 3, and 53, bit of 3, 53, bit of 3, you done, 52, 3, and now 3, bit of 53, bit of 53, bit of 52, now 3, 52, bit of a 3, bit of 3, now 53, here, Tubby, 352, 11. Thank you to the Vickeries. Here's a Hanson cattle from Hitchcock. 325, 325, they're guaranteed, 325. They have not been checked, 325. 325 and 30 and 25 30 and 25 30 and 25 30 25 30 and 30 and now 30 3 30 3 30 3 30 3 30 and 30 get 30 and now 30 30 get 25 get 30 get 30 get 30 get 30 get 30 here Tebby 325 17x. On these, any Brads go home on Hanson. They hear Hanson's from Hitchcock. David Hanson. Be a split draft here, gentlemen. Be 83 coming in. They will be guaranteed open. One or two little watery eyes, they will be there. My boys in a pickup team, we play in Ponca City on Saturday one day, tournament on Saturday. And this other team wants to pick them up to play on Sunday and more. Well, there goes my Father's Day. Be at the ball fields all weekend. What's the weather? Pretty cool little 8-weight heifers, guys, I think. They're thin in condition. A few eyes on a deal. 335 and 35, 35, 35, 35, 35, and 335, 37 and a half, and 37 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, a half, and 37.50, and 37 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, here and a half, and 37 and a half, going to be 37 and a half, going to be 37 and a half, and 37.50, and 37 and a half, 7 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 and a half, 7.50, and 37 and a half, going to be 37 and a half, going to be 37.50, and 37 and a half, here be no cheaper, guys, 37 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, going to be 37, going to be half, 37 and a half, 37 and a half, 40, and half 40, and 40, 40, 40, now 40, half 40, half 1, and 41, 41, 40, both out, 41, and 40, 41, we get 41, you're both out, guys, here, 41, and 43, we get 41, 41, 41, 41, 41, 41, we get 41, we get 41, we get 41, 41, here, Tubby, 340, 11, X, X. Here's the bacons. $275 and 75 75 75 75 and 275 75 75 here 75 here 75 here 75 50 and 77 give a half 77 a half 77 a half 77 a half and 77 50 and 77 bit of a half here now 80 there 80 bit 80 here 2 and a half 2 and a half 2 and a half 80 point $80 point here 82 83 83 not 4 84 here 85 here 5 600 86 7 here 80, 89, 89, back to 89, and 90, and 90, 91, 91, 91, 91, 91, 91, 92, 91, 2, 3, and 93, 3, and 93, 34, and 94, 95, and 95, 95, 95, 600, and 96, 7, 97, 97, 97, 97, 97, 97, $8, and 97, 99, 99, 93, and 99, 3, and 99, 3, 99, 3, now 1, and 301, 1, 2, and down to 2, 302, and 301, 2, 1, going to be 2, 1, 2, 301. Put up on number 8. Here's Bert's. You got a bunch of these, don't you? Mostly steers. Oh, that's right. What? How do you do that? He bought them. Here's Bert cattle, guys. Be a bunch of steers later on. 3 drafts of the Bert Farms. 350, 355, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 355, and 55 here, 5 here, 5, you can find 5 here, Tubby, 350, 15, X. Lake Creek, Texas, guys. Burt Farms, yep. 335, and 335, you give out 35, 35, 35, 35, 35, 35, 35, now 33 a half, and 37.50, and 37 a hand, 7 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 a hand, now half, and now 40, and half 40, 40, half 1, half 41, 2, 42, 3, 3, now 4, 44, you get 5, and 45 a 5, 45, now 5, 45, 44, 5, and 44 to 5 here, 5, you get 5, you get 5, 44, you get 5, and 44 to 5 here, 5, you get 5, you get 5, you get 5, you get 5 here, Tubby, 344, 17X. Yeah. On RWC.
Huh? 119 on the card. Oh, cool.
Like an RWC.
Oh, okay, okay.
Oh, on the, yeah. 275 and 275 and 275 and 75 75 75 275 and 275 750 and 77 and a half 77 and a half 77 50 and 77 and a half here middle of the half here going to be 77 and a half here middle of the half here 77 80 and 280 282 and a half going to get 2 and a half 5 85 here going to be 87 going to be 87 going to be 290 and 90 going to get 2 and a half going to get 2 and a half 5 95 here 95 95 7 and a half 97 3 going to get 3 and 3 going to get 250 and 2 and a half going to be 1 5 and 3 and a 5 here 7 and 3 7 and 7 and 9 and 3 9 going to be 9 10 and 9 10 11 3 10 11 3 10 11 9 11 9 11 9 11 9 11 3 10 11 and 3 11 going to get 3 11 going to get 3 11 going to 3 10 11 and 10 11 10 11 10 11 10 11 10 11 going to get 3 11 going to get 3 11 here Tubby 3 10 18X. Have a bunch of steers later off of him. Here comes Carter from Calera. 119 of these ladies checked open. Not on this. On this one?
No, he was on this Thompson.
He said drop your head count on this deal.
No, I don't know.
I don't know what he was.
Count 'em.
Count them.
Okay, we're supposed to have 119 here. I should have 38. Green, give me good head count boxes. I need good head counts.
Go, big girl. Go.
So 118. Golly. Every week. Yes. 118, I guess, Lynn. There aren't they?
Okay, I'll send them next 40 and a good head count, please.
Okay.
One's up bacon next if you ever need dressing ones.
Money pot lid.
Yes.
Working on the Carters from down there at Calera. They're all checked open.
Yeah, we waiting for you. It's getting hot.
You remember that? Carter time pulls out there here 310 11 and 10 11 10 11 10 11 10 10 11 11 10 11 10 11 10 10 11 11 11 11 3 11 and 3 11 3 11 10 11 and 3 11 12 11 12 and 12 13 13 13 13 13 13 and 13 14 14 14 and 14 40 15 and 350 60 50 going to be 16 bit of 16 16 and 50 going to be 16 17 going to be 17 18 going to be 18 19 bit of 19 20 and 19 20 20, and 20 get 20 there, group 20 get 20 there, and 20, and 19, group 20, bit of 20, 19, 20, and 21, 21, 21, 21, 22, 22, 3, and 23, bit of 3, 23, bit of 4, and 25, and 25, 25, 25, 4 and a half, 5, and 25, 25, 25, 25, 50, and 25 out of 6, and 25 out of going to be 26 and a half, 26 and a half, 7, and 27 here, now 7 and a half, and 750, 7 and a half, $8 here, 28 and a half here, 8 and 59, and down high, bit of a 9 and a half, bit of a 9 and a half, 30, and half 30 there, going to be 30, 50 and a half here, 1, and 31 and a half, 31 and a half, now 2, going to be 2, 30 and a half, 2 and a half, and 32 and a half, 3, and 33 and a half, 33 and a half, 34, 34 and a half, 34 and a half, 35 here, 35 and a half, 35, 50, and 35 and a half, 35 and a half, 35 and a half, going to be 35, 50, and 35 and a half here, going to be 35 and a half here, bit of a half here, going to be 35 and a half here, Oklahoma, 335 on 1. Thank you, Wayne. All right, guys, here's 2 loads of Cold Thompsons. Use these on a team penning. We got condition in the ring. 53 here, 95 right behind him. Condition again, right there, 365, and 65, and 65, and 7.5, and 750, and 67 and a half, 7 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 and a half, 67 and a half, and 67 and a half, 70, we get 370, we get 370, we get 370, and half 70, and half 70, we get 70, we get 70, we get 70, we get 70, 250, and 72 and a half, 5, and 75 here, 75, 75, 75, now, and 75, and 375, we get 375, we get 375, and 70, 50, and 77 and a half, 80, and how 80 there, 80, we get 3, 80, we get 3, 82 and a half, 85, 85 here, 85 there, 85, 85, 85, 85, 85, now 85, 85, and 385 here, 80, now 5 here, 80, we get 5 here, now 87 and a half, 87 and a half, 87 and 90, and now 90, we get 2 and a half, we get 2 and a half, 95, 95 here, 95, 95, 95, we get 95, we get 95, we get 95 here, 5 here, 95, and 95 there, we get 95, 95, 95, 95, we get 95, 5 here, Tabby, 390, 2 and a half, 12. Yard him out. Should be 95. Their sisters coming in. They're going to split them 47 and 48. They ain't going to care how hot it gets, do they?
Yeah, you got time. It's, hold on. It's going to be noon around this time we get a drink. So
Yes, sir.
your heifer sold it. Oh, yeah. Well, we sorted the black heifer, weighed 902, brought 326. And the bald face heifer weighed 893, brought 330. No, not yet. I've got a little way to go. Yeah, you got time. Are you about here or what? Okay, you're in good shape.
Yeah. Okay.
All right, sounds good. Thanks.
Was there one on this deal? There's one on this, that first deal on this, crippled on this first deal with the cold.
On that first deal that just went out.
Win 684 right there. 335 and 35 and 35. You got 35, 35, 35, 7 and a half, 37 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 750 and 37 and a half. Going to be 40. You're going to get 2 and a half, 2 and a half, 5 and 45, 47 and a half, 47 and a half, 47 and 50 and 52 and a half. You're going to get 2 and a half, 52 and a half, 51 2 and 51 2 and a 3, 52. You're going to get 3, 53. You're going to get 4, 53. You're going to get 4, 5 and 55, 55, 55, 600 and 55, 56, 7 here, 57, 57, 57 of 8, 57 of 8, 7 of 9. Going to be 9. Going to get 9. Going to be 9, 60. It's 61. Has it get 1, get 1, 2. Going to be 2. Going to get 3 and 3. Going to get 3, 4. 64, 5, as it get 6 Carter, and 6, 7, and 7, and 7, and 7, and 7, and 7, and 7, 8 there, 9, and 9, but there, 70, we get 3, 71, and 72, 71, 2, 73, 73, 72, 3, 4, and 74 here, 73, 74, 73, 74, and 73, 74, 73, 74 here, 73, 74, and 73, 74 to play here, 73, 74 and a half, 4 here, 73, and 4 here to be 373, 14. Yard him out. Look for any cripples. Thank you, Cole.
What a three-colored heifer, 8-weight heifer breed. 340, 340 to 350, 340 to 350.
Here's a deep forks. 2 drafts. He's got a guys. Her checked open. 3 1/4. 325 and 25, 25, 25, 25, 25, 25, and 27, 50, and 27 and 7 and 7 and 7 and 7 and 7, 50, and 27 and 27 and 7 and 7 and 7 and 7, 50, and 21, and 21, and 20, and 21, 21, 21, 21, 21, 21, and 21, another one here, go to 10, 11, and 10, 11, and 10, 11, 10, 11, and 12, and 12, and 13, 13, 14, 14, 15, and 50, 50, 15, here, 14, 15, and 14, 15, 50, 50, 14, 50, 16, and 50, 16, 17, 17, 18, 18, 19, 20, and 29, 21, 21, 21, 22, 21, 2, 21, 2, 3, and 23, 23, go to be 23, 23, go to be 23, 23, go to be 23, 23, and 23, 23, sold 322, put them on Tubby, 18X. They've been checked on 18. Here's a big end of deep forks. Like he's a little better. 285 and 285 there, good to be 85 there, good to be 85, 85, 85, 85, 85, 87 and a half, 87, 50, 87 and a half, good to be 87 and a half, good to be 87 and a half, good to be 87, 50, 90, 2 and a half, 94, 3, and 93, good to get 5, and 95, 97, 97, 97, 97, 97, 97, 95, 97, 95, 97, and 97, 9, and 99, good to get 99, 3, and 99, good to get 300, and 99, good to get 3, and 99, good to get 3, 99, good to get 300, 99, good to get 3 here, Tubby, 299, 29. One short tail. You got a few heifers. Yep, GS4 guys right there, 335, and 335, and 35, 35, short tail should be there, guys, around 35, and 35, 35, 35, 35, 35, 37 half, and 37 and 37 and 7 and 7 and 7 and 7 and 750, and 37 and 50, 37 and going to be 37 and going to be 37, 50, and 37 and a half here, half here, going to be 331, and 331 to 1 here, 1 here, going to be 330, and 331 to 1 here, 131, 31, 31, 31, 31, 31, 30, 31, and 331 here, 20 and 21 here, 1 and 21 here, 21, 21, 21, 21, and 321 here, 1 here, Marner, 320, 68. They've been checked. 33 more of the GS4s. Now they're in Gainesville. They're checked open. Pretty smooth heifers here. One short ear. She'll be there. $3 two and a half, and $3 two and a half, bit of 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 two and a half, good of two and a half, good of two and a half, $5, and $3 5, bit of $5 and a half, $7 and a half, $7 and a half, $7 and a half, 10, good of 310, 310, 310, and $7 and a half, good of 310, bit of 10, bit of 310, 310, 310, 310, 310, and down 10, good of 310, bit of 310, bit of 310, now 910, and 910, bit of 10, 11, and 10, 11, bit of 311, bit of 311, good of 10, 11, and 310, 11, bit of 311, and 12, 11, good of 12, and 13, and 30, 13, bit of 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 13, gonna be 13, bit of 13, gonna be 13. Here, Hayes, 312 on number 12.
Yeah, I got it.
Yeah. Be a lot of these cattle guys. Here's the fives. Another Comanche. Yep. Don't see him this week. Yes, sir. Right there, here. 310, 11, and 10, 11, 10, 310, 11, 310, 11, 10, 11, 10, 11, 11, and 311, bit of 310, 11, 310, 11, 11, and 311, bit of 12, and down 12 and 12 and 13, bit of 13, to the 14, good to be 14, to the 14, 15, and 50, 50, 16, and 53, good to be 16, and now 53, good to be 16, now 17, and 17, good to be 18, good to be 18, to the 18, good to be 18, now 19, and 19, 20, and 19, good to be 20, 20, there, good to be 20, 20, have 1, had 21, 21, have 1, and 321, to the 1, here, 21, 21, 21, 21, and 321 here, 1 here, 1 here, so about 320 Hayes, 12. Yep. Light end. 335 and 335. You give out 35, 35, 35, 35, 35. You get 335 and 335 and 5 here. 7 and a half, 37 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 750 and 37 and a half. Going to be 37 and a half. Going to be 40. Going to get 40. Going to be 40 and 2 and a half. Going to get 2 and a half. Going to be 2 and a half. 42, 55 and 45, 45, 35 and 43. Going to get 5, 43. Going to get 5, 43. Going to get 5, 43. Now 5, 7 and 45. Going to be 7, 6, 7, 47, $48 and 47 and a half. Going to be 9. Going to get 9, 50. Going to get 350, 351 and 50, 51. 50, 51 here. Going to be 351. 50, 51 here, 1 here, 1 here, now 1, and 351 here, 1 here, Tubby, 350, 17. Thank you, Jimmy. Buddy. Bud. There it is.
All right, let's go up here to Bonita.
Let's go to Benita. Sherricks. Here's Wade Sherricks. Been a good customer this year. Sold lots of cattle. He's 74 in this cut.
Yep, right off the green.
Up there where it rains every other day. He's messing with you. Is it open this weekend? Jill already picked.
Yeah, I've been losing lately. I get to pick first. heifers here now.
Up there, Veneta boys out there here. 335. Checked up on 335. And 35. And 35. 35. 35. 35. 5 here. 5 here. Going to be 35. And 35. 5 here. 5 here. Going to be 335. And 35. 35. 37 and a half. And 37 and a half. 7 and a half. 7 and a half. 37. 50. And 30. 7. Going to be 30. 7. Going to be 37. Going to be 37. 50. Now 40. And 40. 44. Going to be 9. 40. And 35. 40. 40. 40. Going to be 40. Now 40. And 35 and a half. 40. 35. Going to be 40. And 40. And 35. Going to be 40. Going to be 40. Going to be 30. 40. Half one. And 41, 41, 40, half one, and 41 here, 1 and a half here, 1 and a half, bit of 2, bit of a 2, bit of a 2, now 2 and a half, and 42 and a half, 3, and 43 and a half, 43 and a half, 44, 44, 44, 44 and a half, 4, and 44 here, 44 and a half, bit of 44 and a half, going to be 45, and 45 and a half, 45 and a half, 45, 50, and 45 and a half, bit of 45 and a half, bit of 45 and a half, going to be 45 and a half, and 45 and a half here, Oklahoma, 345, 2. Okay, this is Mrs. Sherrick.
Said you better get something for these.
We got to get a little bit more for these.
That's right. Get after it.
335, and 35, you give out 35, 35, 35, 35, 35, now 5, and 35, 35, 37 and a half, 37 and a half, 37 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 37, 50, and 37 and a half, 40, and half, 40, 40, 40, 40, 40, going to be 40, going to be 40, going to be 40, half 40, and 40, 40, 40, going to be 40, going to be 40, going to be 40, going to be 40, half 40, and 40, 40, 40, going to be 40, half 3, 40, and 3, 40, going to be 3, 40, 41, and 41, 41, 2, 43, 44, 43, going to be 4, 5, and 45, and 45 here, 5, 44, 45, 44, 45, and 44 to 5 here, 45 here, Oklahoma, 344, 2. Thank you to the Sherricks. Let's go to Valley Mills, Texas.
Tim Sanders, be 5 loads of these ever.
How many? 5 loads? Be 5 pot loads of these ladies. Here's 65 of the first cut. Made them pretty black. Down there by Waco. Texas Tech still got a football team. Whew.
Less money to buy.
Yeah, they did. Good weights and nice cattle. No. I've been watching some of those games. Did you watch it, Texas and Georgia last night? I don't know if they'll get her done.
This is a really nice deal here.
Really nice set of heifers, guys. Mr. Sanders down there at Waco for Valley Mills. Thought they was all going to be black till this draft. Green 8 weight lid is here, now 35. And 335, you go about 35, 35, 35 of 5 here, 5 here, go to 335, and 35 of 5 here, 7 and a half, and 37 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, and 37 and a half here, and a half here, 37, 50, and 40, and half, 40, 42 and a half, 2 and a half, 5, and 45, 47 and a half, 47 and a half, 47 and 50, and half, 50, half, 50, 3, 50, 3, 50, 3, 50, half 50, and half 50, 3, 50, 3, 50, 3, 50, and 50, 50, 50, 50, 50, 50, 50, half 50, half 50, half 50 here, Oklahoma, 347 and a half, 3. 215. Charlotte. Crippled. It'd have been the last draft.
Probably in the last one. Okay, split draft of 215. I should have 35 in there outside me.
Yeah, it's 215 of them. Every draft.
I'll find on the next one. You can keep me in full focus on all three.
Lots of good weights here, Johnny.
Yep, weights be in the buyer's favor here. Kick it. Kick it again. One looked like to be a little dumb. I do too. Yeah, they are. I agree.
With you 100%.
Okay, outside on the next 36 and a good head count on it. Good head count.
Highlight reel. Here's for a big heifer. They're pretty dang good. Huh? Speaks. Lee Wayne.
She'll start blinking at me if we get to charge 50-some heifers she's gonna put on. Okay, all right. Okay, thank you.
Bet he wish he'd have bought more heifers that 3 weeks ago. Only 9 weeks. Yeah, right. Is it a little cheaper today for futures? Just a little bit. Yeah. Money pot. All right, guys, here we go. Money pot's in.
Feeding a set of big heifers.
Yes, it is. Feeding a set of big heifers that been here all year long. 310, 11, and 310, 11, and 310, 11, 310, 11, 11, 13, 11, Vidica 3, 11, Vidica 310, 11, and 310, 11, 3, 10, 11, and 10, 11, 10, 11, 10, 11, 10, 11, 10, 11, 10, 11, 11, 11, 11, 3, 11, and 3, 11, Vidica 3, 11, 12, 11, 12, 11, 12, 13, Vidica 13, Vidica 30, 14, Vidica 14, Vidica 14, Vidica 14, and 14, and 314, Vidica 14, 15, and 315, 16, and 53, going to be 16, bit of a 16, there, going to be 16, 17, and 17, going to be 17, going to be 18, 18, there, bit of an 18. Could be 18, 19, bit of a 19, bit of a 19, could be 19, 20, and 19, 20, and 20 now, 20 there, could be 20, get 20 now, 1, and 21 now, 2, and 22, and 22, 22, 22, at the gate, 22, 22, 3, and 23, bit of 3, 4, 23, bit of 4, 23, bit of 4, 5, and now 25, and 25 here, 24, and 5 here, 24, 5, 600, and 25, could be 600, and 25, could be 26 here, 25, could be 26 here, 25, 26, and 25 halves, now 6, 25 and a half, now 6, and 26, and 25 of the van, going to be 26 a pound here, 25 of the van, going to be 2600, and 25 of the van, going to be 26 a pound here, 25 of the van, going to be 6. Oklahoma, 325.50. 4.
Thank you, Ken.
Ken Sanders, thank you.
They might have got 35 in that last one to make us one long. Yeah. They're gonna recount it.
Here's Boone's.
There's gonna be 2 loads of bones.
You want to see our 10 out in that last one?
I don't know. Did he say something? Crippled? Yard him out. Crippled?
Start off the crib on that last one.
Here's Boone's. I got to be 141 of the Boones. 141.
And then when you're ready, we're working on the split draft of 141. I should have 47.
Can
That it?
2 loads of them.
Two loads this week, guys. Right there, here, 355 and 55. Guarantee mo pun. 55 and 55 and 55. You can 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 355 and 55 and 55 here. 55, 55, 55, 55. You can 5 and 55, 5 here. 5 here. 351 and 51 and 50, 51 and 50, 51 here. 1 here. 351 and 50, 51 here. 1 here. 350 and 1 and 50, 51 here. 40 and 41 here. 43, 44. 43, 4, 43, 4, 5, and 45, 600, and 45, 46, 7, and 47, 48, 47, group 8, 9, and now 9, group 9, group 9, group 9, group 9, 49, 50, and 350, 49, 50, 49, 50, 49, 50, and now 1, and 50, 51, here, 1, half 1, here, 1 half, here, 2, and now 2, 2 and a half, group 2 and a half, 3, and 53, 53 and a half, 53 and a half, 53 and a half, 53, 50, and half 4, and 54 and a half, here, 54 and a half, 54 and a half, 5, and 55, 55 and a half, 55 and a half, 55 and a half, 56 under, and 55 and a half, 56 here, and 55 and a half, 56 here, 5 and a half, going to be 6, and 55 and a half, 56 here, 55 and a half, 56 under, 55 and a half, 6. Kyle, 355, 50, 11. Thank you to the Boons. Not much flesh at all. Here's the cane cattle from Lokiba. Rothergrass guys are guaranteed open. 355, 55, 57, 50, 57, 55, 57, 7, 7, 7, 7, 57, 50, 57, 57, 7, 7, 57, 50, 57, 57, 7, 60, and 357, 60, and 360, going to be 60, we get 60, 2 and a half, and 2 and a half, we get 5, has to get 5, 7, 7, 70, we get 370, we get 370, now 2 and a half, and 72, 50, and 70, we get 2 and a half, going to be 70, we get 2 and a half, going to be 72, 50, and 70, we get 2 and a half, going to be 2 and a half, LaFleur, 370, 7, 70, 70.
Wittrock? 30 or 40.
30, 40, some of these Wittrock efforts. Ryegrass. Right there, and they're open. 355 and 55 and 55. You can 55, 55, 57 and a half, 55, 57 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 57, 50 and 57 and a half, 57 and a half, 57 and a half, 57, 50 and 57 and a half. Going to be 357 and a half, 60 and 360 and a half. Going to be 60. We get 60. We get 60. We get 60 here. So about 357 and a half. Varner 66 X. No. Where you been all day, Wes? Looks more like it. Here's some make some cows someday. 335 and 335. You go 35, 35, 35, 35, 35, 35, 35. Here you're going to be 335 and 35 and 37, 50 and 40. You get 40, 40, 42 and a half. You get 2 and a half, 5 and 45, 5 here. 5 here. You're going to be 345 and 45 here. 7 and a half and 47 and 50 and 50. You get 50, you get 52 and a half. You get 2 and a half. Going to be 1 and 50, 51 here. 1 here, 2, 1, 2, 51, 2 and 52. Got him. 51, 2 and 52. 1, 2, 1, 2. 1, 2, Jess, 351. Put him on number 70. LaFleur, 70. Yard him out. Short ears. You must have bought these, Mike. Huh. One has just a little bit of. Might need to hold her. Crooked head. Charlotte right there. Hold her, adjust her, whatever we need to do. 325. 325, and 25, and 25, 25, 25, 25, 5 here, 25, and 325, 5, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 30, we get 30, and 2 and a half, we get 2 and a half, 5, and 35, 35, 35, 35, 35, we get 335, and 335, 5 here, 5 here, go to 335, and 335 here, Tubby, 332 and a half, 17X. Take 15 off one. Crooked head. Yeah. Unroof.
Male.
Yep. Ashley Unruh, guys from Lokiba. Unruh Heifers here, 35, and 35, you about 35, 35, 35, 35, 35 here, go to 335, and 335, 5 here, 35, 35, 35, 35, 35, 35, and 335, we get 337 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 30 half, and now 40, and now 40, 40, 40, that one here, 41, 41, 41, 41, and 41 here, 40, we get 1, 41, 2, and 41, 2, 43, 43, we get 3, and 4, and 44 here, 5, and 45 here, 5, we get 5, 45, and 44, 45, 600, and 45, we get 645, we get 6 here, 47, and 47, 47, 7, and 46, 7 here, 40, we get 7 here, Tubby, 346, 17X. Here's Schweitzer's. Thought I saw him earlier. He may have left. Yep, Marks. Wean him in March. Wean him in March. 355 and 55 and 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 7 and a half, 55, 57 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 57, 50 and 57 and 57 and 57 and 350 and 351 and 50, 51 and 50, 51 here. The Wayne Bowl is back in March. 351 and 50, 51 here. 51, 51, 51, 51, 351 and 50, 51 here. 50 down 1 here. 40 and 41 2, 41 2, 41 2, 41 2, 41 2 and 341 2. 42, 42, 43, and 43, 43, 43, 43, 43, Jeff, 342, 17X.
Feeder heifers. I've been dealing with this for 3 days.
Right, yep. Here's ransoms out there here, 310, 11, and 10, 11, and 10, 11, 310, 11, 310, 11, 310, 11, 11, 11, 11, 311, and 310, 11, we get 10, 11, we get 10, 11, we get 10, 11, here go to 301, and 301, here, 1, here, 1, here go to 301, and 301, here, 1, you go on, now 1, here, 1, here go to 301, and 301, here, 1, you go on, now 1, here, 1, now 1, here, 2, and now 2, go to 2, go to 2, go to 2, go to 2, 301, now 2, and 302, 1, we get 2, Tubby, 301, 19X. How far bred are these? 7 and 8 months bred. 7 and 8 months bred. Cash right there. Here, 2,000 and 2,100 and 2,100 here. 21 here. 21, 21, 21, 21, 21 and 2,100 here. 2,100 here. 21 and 2,100 here. 7 and 8 months bred here. Going to be 15 and a half and 15 and a half and 15 and a half here. Going to be 16 and 16 and a half here. 17 and 17 and a half. 17 and a half. 18 and a half. 18 and a half here. 18 and a half here. Going to be 1850. 18 and a half here. 18 and a half, going to be 1850, 18 and a half, going to be 18 and a half, going to be 18 and a half here, half here, Pokey, 1800 on 19. Thank you guys. Speaks. 7 months bred. 2,000, 2,100, and 21, and 21, and 21, 21, 21, 21, 2, we get 3, we get 4, we get 5, and 25, 600, and 6, 7, and 27, 7 of 8, 27 of 8, 27 of 8, and 9, we get 9, good to be 9, 3, and 9, 3, and 25, we get 3,000, good to be 25, we get 3,000, good to be 25, we get 3,001, and 31, and 32, and 32, 1, 2, good to be 32, online you're out, 3,200, and 32, 3, and 33, we get 3, 4, and 33, 34, 33, we get 4, good to be 33, we get 4, good to be 33, we get 4, you out on line 3,400 and 34 and now 33 400 and 33 we get 4 going to be 33 we get 4 going to be 33 we get 4 now 33 we get 4 33 we get 4 now 5. I'll take a half of that help you. 34 and a half. Sort them online 3,400. Put them on Smith on number 50. Two aborts. They've been aborted. $3. 310 20 and 310 20 bit of 10 20 and 310 20 20 30 bit of 3 30 40 bit of 340 and now 40 bit of 3 40 bit of 3 30 bit of 3 40 bit of 30 bit of 40 going to be 30 bit of 40 going to be 30 bit of 40 going to be 30 bit of 40. Terry 330 number 4. Yep. Just $125 $100 for being aborted. What? Just $125 $100 for being aborted. Yeah. 8 months bred, 1,500. 15 and a half, 15 and a half here, a bit of a half here, a bit of a half here, going to be 15, 50, 15 and a half here, a bit of a half here, a bit of a half here, a bit of a half here, going to be 15, going to be half. Pope 1,500 on 19. Hunter, you're dismissed. Thank you. Outstanding set of heifers. That's the way to, yep. 8 months bred on the Baldy and 8 on the black. 2,000, 2,100, 21, 21, 21, 21, 21, 21, 22, 22, 22, 22, 3, and 23, we get 3, 4, and 23, we get 4, 5, 25, 600, and 26, 7, and 7, 7, 7, 7, 7, 7, 7, here, going to be 2,700, and 27, and 27, and 27, going to be 8, and 27, going to be 20, hey, we get 9, and 3, and 3,000, we get 3, and 3,000, we get 3,000, we get 3,000, we get 3,000, going to be 3,000, going to be 3,000, Smith, 2,900 on 50. Smith, 50. Busted nose. Dang it. She's 8 months bred with a busted nose. $2 a pound. 210 20 and 210 20. We get 210 20. We get 210 20. Bit of 20. Good to be 20. 210 20 and 210 20 here. $1.50. $1.60. 70. 80. $1.80. 90. $2. $2 a pound. Terry Jabid. Antone. $1.90. Now, Gary. 4 months. Pretty nice heifer. 2,000. 2,100 and 21, and 21, and 21, 21, 21, 21, 21 and a half, and 21, 50, and 21 and a half, 21 and a half, 21 and a half, 21 and a half, 21, 50, and 21 and a half, 21 and a half, 22, and 22, and 21 and a half, going to be 2,200 here, 21 and a half, going to be 2,200 here. How? 2150 on number 1. 4 months. 2,000, 21, and 21, and 21, 21, 21, 21, 2100 here, and 21, and 21, 21, 2, going to be 2, 22, we get 3, we get 4, we get 5, going to be 6, 7, and 27, going to be, hey, we get 9, going to be 3, and 3,000, 29, we get 3, yeah, now, 3,000, going to be 29, we get 3,001, 32, 31, 2, 3, 34, 34, 34, would you get 4, 5, 35, 6, 30, 600, 3,600. Smith, 3,500 on 50. Five months bred. 2,000. 21, 2,100, 21, and 21, 21, 21, 21, 21, 2, and 21, 2, 3, and 23, we get 4, 23, we get 4, 5, and 2,600, and 25, 6, 7, and 7, 7 of 8, 27 of 8, 27 of 8, we get 9, down high, we get 3, and 3,000, going to be 25, we get 3, and 3,000, and 25, we get 3,000. What about you online? 3,000, now 1, and 32, 33, and 33, we get 3, and 33, we get 3, 4, and 33, we get 4, we're going to be 33, 4, and 34 online, you're out, 34, and 33, we get 4, we're going to be 33, we get 400. 33 now 4 and 33 we get 400 33 we get 400 we get 4 now 5 35 we get 5 35 we get 5 Smith 3,400 on 50. These heifers will be 2 to 4 months. 2 to 4 months bred. Watch her. 275. Weigh 'em. 275. 275. You got their sisters. 275, 80, and 280, and 280, 275, 80, and 75, 80, and 280, 85, 85, 85, and 90, we get 295, we get 95, 95, 3, and 95, and 3, no 5, 305, 305, 310, 310, 310, and now 10, we get 310, we get 310, we get 310, going to be 310, 310, 310, 310, Varner, 305, 127. Gooseneck load of puppies. Catahoulas. Well, they'll work on them. Here's some more of them. 5 and 6 months. $3. $3.05. And $3.05. We get 5 and 5 here. $5. We get 5. We get 5. We get 5. We get 5. $3.05. And $3.05. We get 5. We get 5. 10. 310. 310. 310. 15. 315. 20. And 320. We get 325. And 325. 30. We get 330. We get 335. We get 335. 40. And half 40. We get 340. 340. Sold them. 335. Hal 1. Okay. Let's get one more deal of heifers, and we're going to go to the north side, please. They've been aborted. $3. $3.05. And $3.05. We get 5. We get 5. We get 3. We get 5. Now 3. We get 5. $3.05. And $3.05. We get 5. We get 5. We get 3. We get 5. Now 3. We get 5. Now $3.05. And $3.05 here. Now 5. Now 10. Going to be 310. Going to be 15. And 315. And 10 and 15. Going to be 10 and 15. Going to be 10. We get 15. Going to be 10. We get 15. Going to be 10. We get 15. Terry. 310. 11. Let's go this way. If you don't mind. Yeah, if you don't mind. Yeah, if you don't mind. If you want to. Cripple off Tubby 12, Cole Thompson, P.O. Got a big hog. Kyle. Is he taking Scotty? He did. That guy's on fire. Cam Young, yeah. Why didn't you take him? That's that buckler we held, yep. Pat Murphy. $2. $2.10 and $2.10 and 10 and 10 10 20 and to 10 20 bit of a 10 20 go to 10 20 go to 10 20 10 20 and to 10 20 20 30 bit of 30 bit of 30 40 240 250 250 240 50 240 50 60 and 260 70 bit of 270 bit of 270 tone 260 and tone. Ken Sanders, I remember. $2. 210 and 210 bit of 210 go to 210 210 and 210 bit of 20 go to 20 go to 20 go to 210 there go to 210 there go to 20 30 and 30 bit of 30 40 bit of 2 40 50 and 250 bit of 50 bit of 50 40 bit of 50 and 40 bit of 50 and tone 240. Got a little old gash. 250. 260 and 250 60 260 and 250 60 go to 2.5 go to 260 go to 270 go to 280 go to 290 and 95 and 95 go to 3 and 95 go to 305 and 305 here and 5 go to 510 go to 3 10 10 15 and 310 go to 15 go to 10 15 go to 10 go to 15 Terry 310 9. You want me to sell a few steers today? I said, do you want to? Yeah. It's always markets like this.
Another tip off of that with 23.
Two 50. 255, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 255, and 55, 55, 55, 255, 255, 60, 265, and now 70, 275, 275, 80, and 280, 280, 275, go to be 80, 275, go to be 80, Terry, 275, 9. Yes, it was.
That crooked head on Chevy 37 and the 8s.
She ain't crooked headed, is she? A little bit. Just a little crooked headed. $3. $3.10 and 310, 310, 310, and down 10, bit of 310, bit of 310, bit of 310, bit of 310, 310, 310, 310, and down 10, bit of 310, bit of 310, bit of 310, bit of 310, Marna, $3. 68. Now you can go. Now you're dismissed. Thank you, Hunter. Of Joe Speck. P.O. Hang on a second. I'm going to finish these odds. Oh, cuz. We'll just, which one is it? Who's shop first? Just PO her and we'll get her by next week. Just PO her. Put her with the next one, yeah. little smaller ones off those cow makers.
Checked open.
They're checked open. 335 and 335. You give out 35, 35, 37 and a half and 37 and a half, 37 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 to 40. If you get 40, then 40, 40 and 40, then 40, 40. If you get 40, if you get 40, going to be 40. If you get 40, if you get 42 and a half, if you get 2 and a half, 5 and 45, 47 and a half, 50 and 2 and a half. If you get 2 and a half, if you get 2 and a half, if you get 2 and a half, if you get 2 and a half. Floor 350 on 70. No. P.O. Yes, sir. 14s.
I know we called the crooked tail. Crooked tail and short ears. DOC. You and a tubby. I'm trying to get him by next week. Put him with those specs. We told him we'd hold that
I
one.
think you just say go ahead and hold off the.
Just P.O. Put him in that with those spec heifers.
Boone got their little heifers on fat this time. Bigger, fatter.
W7 short ears. $3 at 5 and 3 to 5. It'll get 5 to 5 here in the 5. It'll get 5. It'll get 5. It'll get 5. It'll get 5. 305 and 305 here. It'll get 5. It'll get 5. It'll get 5 and 3 and half 3. Go to 305. 305. It'll get 5. It'll get 5. It'll get 5. 10. Go to 310. 310. 305. 310 and down 10 here. Go to 10. 10 here. Go to Smith. 305.
Bull don't care. They got ears or not.
Jackson. Okay. 2 to 5 months will be a PO. Maybe.
And then no more after the Oklahoma 3, right?
They're probably not pregnant them yet.
Okay, we can go to your roll. Yes, sir.
Okay, good. Go.
Yes.
Lady, you
4,000 these good steers, guys. Start with a pretty good set of old Angus cattle. Okay, nice steers right here now. They're to get 360 and 360. They're to get 2.5 and 2.5. They're to get 2.5. They're to get 7.5, 70. They're to get 2.5 and 72.5, 2, 3. They're to get 3, 4 and 5. They're to get 75, 75, 74, 5 and 74. They're to get 5. They're to get 5. They're to get 5. They're to get 5. They're to get 5, 5, 5, 2 and 374, 77. Okie dokie. You got mail yet, Bill? Okay, nice set of black steers. You're going to see lots of these kind today. Lots of these kind. Neil? Piedmont, Oklahoma, the Neal Farms. Cattle right there now at 3 1/4, at 325. Everything at 25, 25, 25, 7.5. Everything at 7.5, at 325. Everything at 7.5. Everything at 40, at 30. Everything at 31, at 31, 2, 32, 3, 33, 4, at 35. Everything at 5. Everything at 35, 34, 5, at 34. Now 5, 34. Everything at 5. Everything at 2, at 334, 9. Emory, Texas. Emory, Texas. You talk about a good set of Charlotte crosses. Emory, Texas. At 350, at 5, at 355, at 560, at 5, at 70, at 75, at 80, and 80, at 380, at 375, 85, at 90, at 395, at 95, 4, at $4.05, at 405, 10, at 10, at 405, 10, and 10, at 405, at 10, at 10, 10, 10. So at 405, put up a number 61? No, 71. These cattle weaned 1st April. Had 2 rad shots. Never had an implant. Never had an implant to come down there at Apache. Had the heifers already, the little ones yesterday. Little thin grazing cattle right there, boys. Here they enter to get 375, 80, at 375, at 80, enter to get 75, at 80, enter to get 75, at 80, at 375, at 80. 375, 80, at 375, at 7.5, 75, 7.5, 7.5, 7.5, at 75, 80, at 380, 2.5, at 2.5, at 380, at 2.5, 82.5, 82.5, 82.5, at 2.5. Here it's up 380, put them on number 7. Long wean, guys, long wean now. 60, 75 days wean. Who are the groom cattle? Mr. Groom, wow. Here, they're to get $410. One got a few warts here, 410 and 20. They're to get for 15. They're to get 20 and 25. They're to get 25, 425, 30. They're to get 35 at 35, 40. They're to get 40. They're to get 40. They're to get 40 at 435, 40. They're to get 5 at 45. They're to get 45. They're to get 45 at 40. They're to get 2.5 for 40, 2.5 at 40. They're to get 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5. Curtis at 40, put on number 65. There's some more of them, guys. Long wean. Same little steers right there. Same little steers. Not much flesh on the cattle here now. They're to get 365, 70. At 365, they're get 7.5. They're get 85, 7.5. At 365, they're get 7.5. They're get 70. They're get 2.5. They're get 5. At 77.5. They're get 80. They're get 80. They're get 80. They're get 380. They're 2.5. At 2.5. They're get 87.5. They're get 7.5. 90. And 92.5. They're get 92.5. 95. 7.5. At 7.5. They're get 4. At $4 bill. 2.5. They're get 2.5. They're get 402.5 at $4 bill, 2.5, I get 2.5, I get 2.5. Tubby at $4 a pound, number 7. Some more little light steers. Parish down in Mountain View, the Parish Angus Farms. Longween, $4, 2.5 at $4 bill, 2.5, I get 2.5, I get 405, I get 405, I get 405 at 402.5, 7.5, 10 and 10, I get 410, I get 10, 12.5, I get 15 at 15, I get 15, I get 12.5, I get 15 and 415, 17.5 and 17.5, I get 17.50 at 415, 17.5 at 17.50 to be 415, 7. Should be more of the parishes, Kiowa County, Angus cattle. I'd say they got it, don't they? They got it, 380 and 380, now 2.5 and 382 and a half, but now 2.5, 382 and a half, but 2.5, 382 and a half, and 382 and a half. 2.5 and 382 and a half, 85, 7.5, and 7.5, and 387 and a half, and 385, 7.5, and 7.5, 87 and a half, 90, and 390, and 90 out here, 90, 92 and a half, 92 and a half, 5, 95, 7.5, and 4, and $4 bill, 4, and 4, and 4, and 4, 2.5, and 2.5, 402 and a half, 402 and a half, 402 and a half, and 2.5 here, top deal, $4, put them on 7. Like the parishes. Here's Daniel's cattle out there, Clinton, guys. Daniel steers out of Clinton, Oklahoma at 360, at 360, to get 2.5, and 2.5, to get 2.5, to get 2.5, 5, to get 5, to get 7.5, 70, to get 5, to get 80, and 80, to get 380, 375, 85, to get 590, and 390, 2.5, to get 595, 97.5, and 7.5, to get 95, 7.5, and 4, and $4 bill, 2.5, 402 and a half, 402 and a half, 402 and a half, and 2.5, to get 5, and 405, to get 7.5, to get 7.5, 407. 7.5 and 7.5 here, to get 7.5, to get 7.5, Tubby at 405, put them on 7. Clinton, Oklahoma guys here, Daniel's big steers, good condition though, good condition, good. There they are, good condition cattle out of the west now. I enter to get 350, at 55, they're going to 350, they're going to 2.5, they're going to 5, they're going to 5, they're going to 5, they're going to 5, at 50, 2.5, they're going to 5, anybody else here, 5 there, they're going to 5, 7.5, 60, at 60, they're going to 360, they're going to 60, at 362, and 2, they're going to get 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 362, and $2, they're going to get 2, they're going to get 2, they're going to get Troy, at 360, number 8. Thank you, Daniel. Elwood, Coyle, Oklahoma. Mr. Elwood, you here? Nope. No Elwoods, Elmos. Get a little red Angus and black Angus cattle. He's got a good set, doesn't he? He does have a nice set of big steers right there now from Coyle, Oklahoma, and 355, and 350, and 5, and 55, 55, 7.5, 5, 7.5, 57.5, and 55, 7.5, 62 and a half, and 2.5, 55, 55, 7.5, 70, and 372 and a half, 5, and 75, 372 and a 5, and 372 and a 5, 372 and a 5, and 5 here, Tubby, 372 and a half. Do it again, 8, Tub, 8, number 8. Amber, The Woods cattle. Amber had the Heifers earlier. Here. Amber, you're going to get 350 and 5 and 355. They're going to 55. They're going to get 80 mid bulls here. 560 and 5. They're going to get 70. They're going to get 5. They're going to get 80 and 5. They're going to get 90. They're going to get 5. They're going to get 95, 4 and $4 bill 2.5. 5. They're going to get 5. They're going to get 5. 405 and 405. They're going to get 5. They're going to heard a shot 405 and 5 7.5. They're going to get 10 and 10. They're going to get 410 and 4 7.5. 10, they're going to 10, they're going to 10, top deal, 407.5, 7. Here's, yep, Marlin, Waco area. Had a lot of rain down there, hadn't it? Lots of rain. Here's Wesley's cattle, guys, Yosik. Yeah. His heifers were pretty good, pretty gant. Wesley Yosik right there now. Good stock, aren't they? They're to get at 370, at 370, they're to get at 70, at 370, they're to get 2.5, they're to get 72.5, 72.5, 370, at 72.5, they're to get 2.5, 72.5, at 372.5, they're to get 2 bit up here, and 2.5, they're to get 2.5, 72.5, they're to get 2.5, and 2.5 here to Varner, 370 Varner, put him on number 75. There's 13 more of them. Mr. Yosik. You got a good set of black steers. 340 and 340 to get 40 to get 40 and 40 to get 45 to get 40 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 and 340 to get 40 to get 25 and to get 325 to get 7.5 25 7.5 25 7.5 and 325 7.5 30 and 32 to get 34 36 here 36 34 6 and 34 36 34 36 dollar and 34 6 here 36 34 36 here it's up at 334 9 95. Maybe a lame. Smother cattle right, pretty thin fleshed. Yost, yeah. Had them really good heifers earlier. They've had everything done to them. They's weaned back in April, guys. Nice kind of stock. Nice kind of stock right here, 375 at 375, 35, 35 at 75, 35, 35, 7.5, 7.5, 7.5, jaw bid 7.5 at 7 of 80 at 82.5, 82.5, 87.5, 90 at 90, 90, 90, 90, 90, 2.5, 92.5, 92.5, 92.5, 92.5 at 390, but he get 2.5, 2.5 here, Varner 390, do it again, number 75. Chapman cattle from Mansville. Mansville. So light into them yesterday. They still got lots of go in them right there. People, I entered to get at 370, at 370, and 2.5. They get 370, entered to get at 2.5. They get 370, 2.5, 72.5, out the gate, 2.5, at 370, 2.5. They get 2.5, 3, 4, at 74, entered to get 5. They get 6, entered to get at 7, entered to get 77, 8, at 78, 9, 79. They get 80, entered to get 81, entered to get 81, 82, 82, 82, 3, 83, 83, 4, 84, 4, 5, 85, they get 6, entered to get 7. 87, they're to give 87, 88, 89, they're to get 9 here, now there, 90, at 90, they're to get 390, they're to get 390, they're to get 390, at 389, but they get 90, but 90, but they get 90 here, Varner, 389, 75, number 75, just same deal. 22 more of the Chapmans right there now, Mansville, great condition going there, a good set of black steers.
350 and 2.5. Better get 350. Better get 2.5. Better get 2.5. Better get 2.5. Better get 52.5 at 350. Better get 2.5. Better get 2.5 outside 2.5 at 350. 2.5 at 5. Better get 3.5. Better get 55. Where's the man? At 5. No, he's out. 55. Better get 5. Better get 7 at 7. 8. Better get 58. 9. 59. Better get 9. Better get 9 at 58. 9. 60 at 361. Better get 1. Better get 1. Better get 61 and 1. 2 and 2. Better get 2. Better get 3 at 63. Better get 3. Better get 4. Better get 4. Better get 4 at 63. Now 4 and 3. Better get 4. Better get 3. Better get 4. Better get 3. Better get 4. Enderley at 363. Enderley 363. Never know what happened around here. I don't blame him. He's old enough if he wants to, he can. Shamrock, Texas, Johnny. Shamrock here, right there now. That condition to be excellent. Right here now, 360 at 60. To get at 2.5 at 360. To get at 2.5. To get 2.5. To get 2.5. To get 2.5 at 5. To get 7.5. To get 7.5. 70 at 370. 2.5. To get 2.5. 1 at $71. 371 at 370. $1 to get out. $1 to get out. $1 to get out. $1 to get out. 1 tub at 370. Put him on number 81. No, 70. Just 8. Just 8. Thank you, Shamrock boys. Yep. I bet you like these. Hello, Nunleys. Hello, Nunleys. Look here, Leonard. There's a Nunleys. As good a cattle as be here today. As good a cattle as be here today. My goodness sakes alive. How about the quality and the condition both going right there down there, Fletcher, Oklahoma? I had to get 380 at 380. To get at 2.5, 82.5, 5. To get 5, 7.5, 90 at 92.5, 92.5, 92.5, 92.5 at 390, 2.5, 95, 97.5, 4 at 4 to 4, 2.5. To get 2.5, 402.5 at 402.5. To get 2.5, 402.5 at 402.5 at 405. To get 2.5. To get 5, $6 at $6. To get 405, 6, 7. To get 7. To get 8. At 408, to give 800, to give 800, to get at 408, 408, 408, 408. 8 out of here, Curtis, 407. Put him on number 71. Thank the Nunleys. Not many times we got this many cattle in the shoulders and all that here at the steer trail start. Herm's cattle, guys. Here's a Herm's cattle. John said they're sucking the cow this morning. Saturday. I bet them cows are glad they left. 3 1/4 at 325. To get at 25, 25, 25, 25, 25. To get at 325 at 325. To get at 25, 25, 25, 25, 25, 25, 30 at 30. To get 30. To get 30. To get 30. To get 30. Did you at 30? To get 30. To get 30. To get 1. To get $31 at 331. To get $1. To get pretty good at 331. $1 at $1. $1. At $1. To get at $1. To get at 1. To get 1 type deal. 330. Put them in 9. X. That's all the milk cattle we got. Here's the Moyers. Here's the Warriors, another set of lightweight yearlings right there now. To get 350 at 360 at 360, 2.5. To get 2.5. To get 2.5, 5. To get 570. To get 5. To get 80 at 380. To give 80. To give 80. To give 80 380. 2.5. 80 2.5. 85 85 7.5. To get 7.5. 87 90 at 390. 2.5 5. To get 95 7.5. To get 7.5 4 at $4 4 and $4 here 4 2.5. To get 2.5 405 405 407.5 at 7.5. To get 7.5, to get 405, to get 7.5, and a half, to get 405, 7.5, to get top deal 405, 7. Miss you. Miss you. Flies.
No, you got some more.
This is one of them same cattle guys and warriors. The Warriors, good steers here, 350 at 350 at 350. They're going to 50 to pound, but they get 50 at 50. They're going to 2.5, they get 2.5, they get 52.5 at 352.5, 5, they get 7.5, they get 7.5 at 7.5, they get 350, 7.5 at 7.5, 60 at 62.5, they get 2.5, 5 at 5, they get 7.5, they get 7.5 and 70 at 70, they get 370, they get 70, they get 70 at 370 a pound, at 370 a pound here, top deal 367.5, 8. Let's go to the Uncle cattle out here, Doug's. George, see if you can learn something, would you? See if you can learn something. Travis.
Mike Dodd about what you got coming so we can pin them back.
There's a Dunkel cattle guy at Holiday, Texas. Here, they're to get 375 and 375. They're to get 5, they're to get 5, they're to get 80 and 380. They're to get 75, they're to get 80, but 80, but to get 80 here, 80 there, but to get 80 at 375, 80, 375, but to get 80 and 75, 80, they're to get 80, they're to get 80. Brong boys at 75, 80 and 80, they're to get 80, they're to get 80 to 375, number 7. Same cattle, 16 more, Holiday, Texas. Here's a little colored up cattle off of them, guys. Summertime feeders right here. Summertime feeders here, 330. At 330, they're getting a 2.5. They're getting a 330, 2.5. They're getting 35, 7.5. They're getting 40. At 42.5. They're getting high, 7.5. They're getting 50. At 52.5, 5, 7.5, 60. At 362.5, 5. They're getting 7.5, 70. And 2.5, 5. They're getting 75, 7.5. They're getting 7.5. At 377.5. At 377.5, 7.5. Tub 375, 65. Thank you, Doug. We're going to stay on Holiday. 4 more steers from the neighbors. Hey, the neighbors had pretty good cattle, didn't they? Madrid had to get 350 at 350, to get 2.5 at 350, to get 2.5, to get 2.5, to get 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5 at 350. 350 and 52.5, to get 2.5, to get 52.5, to get 52.5, and 7.5, 62.5, 5, and 5, to get 365, to get 2.5, to get 5, to get 5, to get 5, at 367.5, and 7.5, to get 7.5, to get 7.5, and 365, 7.5, to get 7.5, Innerly, 365, Innerly. Innerly's going to have a good set to feed, though. He got a pretty good eye. Lee Earls.
Sold the heifers earlier.
Sold the heifers earlier. They were pretty cool.
They're green.
And they're green. Billy tells you they're green, and everybody condition is very valuable. Look at the weights right there now. 350 and 350. It'll get 50 and 350. It'll get 2.5. It'll get 2.5. It'll get 350. 2.5 and 55. It'll get 50. 2.5 and 55. It'll get 50. 2.5. You ought to be at 5 and 50. 2.5. It'll get 5. 600 and 600. It'll get 55. 600 and 55. 56. 55. 600 and 55. It'll get 600 here. It'll get 600 here. It'll get Tubby at 355. Put them on number 85. Mr. Miller, Calumet, Oklahoma. Jason, there's Larry's. Calumet, Oklahoma. He raised them, guys. He weaned them a long time ago. And to get steers right here now. To get 350 and 2.5 and 350. To get 2.5. To get 2.5. To get 350. 2.5. To get 2.5 and 350. 2.5. To get 2.5. 2.5. Did you? And 5 and 7.5. To get 7.5. To get 60 and 360. 2.5. To get 5 and 5. To get 7.5. To get 70. To get 70 and 370. To get 70. To get 70 and 70 to buy. To get 70. To get 70. Sold 367.5. Varner number 75. Thank you, Larry. Got an F on her left hip.
Specs.
Look at here, guys. Look at here, the spec cattle right here in that condition. I entered to get a 350 and 5 and 350. Entered to get 5, 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 52.5, 5 and 7.5, 60. Entered to get 2.5, 5 and 5, 7.5, to get 360, 7.5 and 5 to get 7.5, to get 7.5 and 360, 7.5 to get 7.5, to get 7.5 and 7.5 to get 7.5 to get 365. LaFleur. I put them on number 8. 80 or 8? 80. Got you. Very good. Here's some lightweights, Bill. Oh, them Wyatts? Mr. Wyatt. They've been doing it for years. Us old people have been doing it for years, guys. Good rascals right here to hear me over to get a $4.10, a $4.95, 5, and 405.10, to get 15.20, to get 25.30, to get 35.40, to get 45, 45, 50, and 5, to get 55.65, to get 5.70, to get 70, to get 70, and 70, to get 4.65, 70, and 70, to get 65, to get 70, and 70, to get 70, to get 70, to get 70. Curtis at 4.65, number 65. 25 more of them. Some more of the white cattle down there. He hadn't forgot how. He's got the good cattle right there, guys. I entered to get at 360, at 360, entered to get 2.5, and 2.5, to get 2.5, to get 5, to get 5, to get 5, to get 5, 7.5, 70, at 70, entered to get 2.5, 75, to get 77, I have 80, at 380, entered to give 80, to give 80, to give 80, to give 80 here, 380, at 377, you're to give 80, at 377, and I have 82.5, to give 82.5, 1, 2, 80, 1, 2, 3, entered to give 83, 4, 84, 84, 84, 84, type you at 4, 83, 84, 83, 84 here, Curtis shot 4, 83, 84, enter to get 3, enter to get 4, enter to get 4, at 384, 3, put him on number 75. Yep. Mr. White, take care of yourself, young man, would you? Thank you. Good to see you. Bear cattle, guys. Gainesville. Johnny. Bear. Bear. Gainesville. Big. Big. They're big. Let's show them to us then. They are big. And good ones right there, 250, 255, 255, 255, 255, anybody else here is 255, 60, 65, 70, 275, 72 and a half, 5, 75, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 277 and a half, 277 and a half, 77 and a half, 7 and a half, 275, put them on Varner 1. They were big, George. Flying Mountain guys, we've been selling on them 2 days. For 2 days. Watonga, Oklahoma, the Flying Mountains here now. 380 and 382 and a half, 82 and a half, 382 and a half, 82 and a half, 82 and a half, 82 and a half. Out the gate, 2 and a 5, 85, 82 and a 5, 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 85 here, 5 there, 5 for. I put them on number 75. Some more of them, guys. Watonga, Oklahoma. Angus cattle. Watonga. You guys here? Watonga people? Flying Mountains. The Mountain Flyers right here now. They're to get 350 and 2 and a half and 350. They're to get 2 and a half. They're to get 350. They're to get 2 and a half. They're to get 2 and a half. 2 and a half. 2 and a half at 350. They're to get 2 and a half. What'd you say? 2 and a half. They're to get 2 and a half and 2 and a half out the gate. 2 and a half. 350. 2 and a half at 350. 2 and a half. Anybody else here? 2 and a half at 350. 2 and a half. Yeah, 2 and a half. They're to get 2 and a half. 2 and a half. So 350 little Fleur. Put them on number 8. No, I didn't ever see him. 80. Here's some older cattle. Parish cattle, guys. Mineral Wells. They've had everything in the world. Pre-response. Everything done to them, folks. Mineral Wells, down to good state of steers right there now. They're to get 375 and 375 and 75. They're to get 5. There's 7 and a half. They're to give 80. They're to give 82 and a half. 82 and a 5. 85. They're to get 5. 82 and a 5. 82 and a 5. 82 and a 5. 82 and a 5. 85. 7 and a half. They're to get 7 and a half. They're to get 7 and a half. 85. 7 and a half. And 387 and a half. And 90 and 390. They're to get 92 and a half. They're to get 92 and a 5. And 95. They're to get 7 and a half. They're to get 7 and a half. 4 and 4 to the 4. They're to get 400 and a half. 4 and 387, 97 and a half, 4 and 97 and a half, 4 Troy at 397 and a half, 75. 11 more. Same good black animals. Same good black animals here. 360 at 360 and 60. At 360 and 60. At 60 at 60. At 60 at 360 and 60. Good cattle. Here's at 60 at 360 at 50 at 352 at 4 at 54 6 here at 58 at 8 at 56 7 and 7 at 57 8 at 58 $8 at 57 would give 8 here 8 there LaFleur at 357 80. I thought they'd bring more now. Yep. Deep Fork. They was born at home. Born at home. Been a while. That's where it rains down there. Yeah. Yes, they have good cattle too. Have had for years and years and years. Enos folks, boys. 350 at 350 at 50 at 50 pound but get 50 at 350 at 50 at 52 and a half at 2 and a half at 52 and a half at 52 and a half at 2 and a half 52 and a half and 2 and a half at 352 and a half here at Varner 350 number 85 87. Stay over at Okmulgee, the Ember cattle. Just another member of the family. I hadn't met him, guys. This crossbred man, the crossbred man on Greenest Gourd, guys, right here now. To get 340 at 340, to get 40 at 40, to get 40 pound, but to get 40, to get 40, to get 40, to get 40. Damn scales. 340 and 40 and 40 to get a 2.5 to get 340 2.5 45 7.5 50 at 50 to get 2.5 to get 52 and 5 and 5 to get 7.5 to get 60 to get at 360 to get 57 and a half 60 at 357 and a half 60 at 60 to get top deal 357 and a half 8. Thank the Enuses. Here's Jimmy Whitrock's Jimbo. Jimbo. He got pretty good stock, Jason. Nice stock, boys, right here now. They got the goods now, Mr. Jimbo, right here now. To get at 340, at 335, at 335, to get at 35, 35, 35, 35, 35, to get 335, 7.5, to get 7.5, at 337 and a half, to get 5, to get 7.5, 40, at 42 and a half, to get 5, at 45, to get 42 and a 3, 4, at 44, to get 43, 44, at 43, 44, at 43, 44, 5, at 45, to get $46, to get a 7, at 47, to get $7 to get a 7 and 7 to get 46 now 7 and 7 to get 7 LaFleur at 346 9. T, please. Yep. No. Bill, you need anything? DJH. DJH, nice steers right there, folks. Nice little 7-weight steers. I entered to get 370. At 370, entered to get 2.5. To get 72 and a half, 72 and a half, 72 and a half. At 372 and a half. To get 2.5. To get 2. You been up here at 72 and a half. 373, 73, 70, and 70. To get good steers, guys. Right there, Gainesville now. 370 at 370 and 70. To get 60. And at 2.5. At 2.5. To get 360. 2.5. To get 2.5. 2.5. Anybody else here? 2.5. At 360. 2.5. And 2.5. To get 2.5, Tubby 360. Put up on numbers 8. They ain't very high compared. 30 more. You guys can't stand it when there's not something else to do out here, can you?
Okay.
Proud of you.
Where is he?
Over here.
What did he say? Who's this DJA?
Hellman down there in Gainesville, Texas, right here, John. He got a good set of biggins. He's got a good set of bacons. 3 1/4 at 325. At 325. Again at 25, 25, 25, 25. Again at 325. Again at 7.5. At 7.5. Again 30. Again 31. Again 31. 31 2. At 34. Again 4. Again 5. Again 600. At 36. Again at 35. 36 7. At 8. At 38 here. 37. 38. 37. 38 here. 8 there. But again 8. At 338 9. And 39. Again now. But again now. But again now. But again now. But again 8 9 8 9 8 9 8 9. At 338, top rows out, 8 9, but again now, but again now, but again at T at 338, number 78. Thank you.
Okay, let's get into some of these bunches.
Butch time. Well, I'd say they could have been bigger a month or two ago. Pat Murphy.
Yeah, well, condition to burn to be 80, 90 of these steers.
80 or 90 of these steers the next 2 or 3 drafts, folks. They could have been bigger. They could have been bigger one time in their life right here now. They're to get 370 at 370. They're to get 2.5 at 370. They're to get 2.5. They're to get 72.5, 72.5, 72.5 at 5 at 75, 7.5. They're to give 80. They're to give 82. They're to give 82, 82, 82, 4, 86, 86 dollar. They're to give 86, 84, 86 dollar, 86, 84, 86 dollar, 84, 86, 7, 87. They're to give 87. They're to give 87, 87. They're to give 86, 7, 86, 7. They're to get 7. They're to get a 7. They're to get a 7. 86, 87, sold 386. Put them at number 85, 75. Tubby 75. Here's 57 more than Murphy's, guys. You'll love the weights, you'll love the condition. You'll love the quality of my stock too. 57 of them, George. Pretty good stock, Jason. Instead of 9-weight cattle, that much frame, that much, very little flesh. I'd say they got it all to do in front of them. They're going to do their part when they get them out there. Wonder what they weigh. There it is. There it is. 901. Do what? You bet it is right there. 9-weight steers are verified. It's right here now. 340 at 340 and 340. It'll get at 40. It'll get 2.5 and 5. It'll get 5. It'll get 5. 45, 42 to 5, 42 to 5, 45, 45 at 42 to 5, 7.5. It'll get 7.5 at 6, 7. It'll get 47, 8. It'll get 8. It'll get 8. It'll get 8. 9 and 9. It'll get 50. It'll get 50. It'll get 50 at 350. It'll get 50 at 50. You bid 51 at 51 at 2. It'll get 1, 2, 51, 52, 3 at 53. It'll get 52. 53, 52, 53, and 52, but to get 3, to get 3, to get 3, to get 3, 4, and 4, to get 54, to get 53, 4, and 53, 54, to get 4, 4, and 4, to get 4, to get sold 353, 9. Bailey 9.
Nice.
Good job.
Start on Travis.
Here's Travis. Here's Travis.
700 of these cattle here in the next year.
Be 700 of these cattle.
155 in this light end here.
155 the light end.
They either raised them or they came out of South Dakota.
They either was raised or came from South Dakota. Hold the gate.
Okay, this is gonna be a split draft of 155.
Well, it'll be a pretty set as you'll get a chance to buy in Oklahoma.
Good cattle.
Money.
Can't go anywhere in America.
No, anywhere you can go to buy anything better than that. They're in front of you right here in El Reno, Oklahoma today. You can't go anywhere in the world. These come out of the north. Even, sorted even. Did you sort these, George? You did? Easy to sort. Easy to sort, easy to handle. Travis lived with them. As much as they cost, I imagine he had to live with them a while. All of us do. Quality time? I'd say so, Jace.
Well, they're green and
They are green.
can't find them any better.
Look at the heads on them. Look at the heads on them. 330 and 330 to get a 2.5 and 330 to get 2.5 to get 2.5 to get 32.5 32.5 5 and 35 to get 335 to get 535 7.5 and 40 to get 342.5 to get 5 and 45 to get 42.5 to get 42.5 and 342.5 to get 5 to get 5 7.5 and 7.5 to get 347.5 and 345 to get 7.5 600 and 45 46 45 46 7 and 47 and 348 and 800 to get 800 to get 800 900 to get what to get now, but to get that, to get that, to get that, to get that 50 and 50 to get 50 to get 50 to get 50 50 and 51 and 51 to get 351 to get 100 to get now 1 a pie and 51 351 top rows out 351 2 and 2 to get 2 to get 3 to get 353 and 352 3 to get 354 and 4 to get 405 and 55 no 55 600 and 57 to get 57 to get 8 and 58 to get 800 to get 8 to get 7 8 to get 8 to get 8 9 and 59 to get 60 and 360 to get to get hard to find. Hard to find. 360 and 359. Now 60 and 60 to get out 1 and 61 to get out 1 2 and 2 to get 61 2 but to get 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 2 and 363 and 363 to get 2 3 to walk me off at 3 and 362 3 and 362 363 Tommy Young at 3 and 362 and now 3 Wilkie 362 Wilkie 92. Here's next into them, folks.
There's 449 in this sort.
Okay.
We're going to sell 224.
We're going to say 224 out of 449. 449 of them, George, sorted up this way right here. 449 of them. You're going to get 224 of this first offering. Easy to handle, George. Pretty, aren't they? Look at the heads on them. Ain't no narrow heads there. No narrow heads, no narrow bodies. Huh?
Wait till next week.
Goodness gracious, sakes alive, Travis. You amaze us every year. Daddy taught you well. You don't see them bouncing off the rails, do you? Reckon I might have a little premium when you hang them up. If they don't, we're in trouble. Premium cattle guys, premiums, add-ons. You like him, Antone?
Jordan went through them with a fine-tooth comb.
Jordan went through them with a fine-tooth comb. Nothing at all wrong with the deal. You what? Be 449 if you want to get them. If you get them all today, guys. 449 of this size. Make you fairly decent sized pen of feeder steers. Put them up there by the highway.
Okay, I'll set 'em on the next 37 when you're ready.
Just 36 there, guys. Okay. We'll bet that's pretty out there on that grass. I bet that's pretty out there on that grass. Ooh. Yep. New world.
Okay, outside on the next 39 and if it hit enough piece.
20 pound, 224 of them. Here's a 900-pound cattle that Billy told everybody about. Good cattle weigh something, George. 325, 30, and 325, Vatican 30, Vatican 25, 30, and 325, Vatican 25, 25, 25, 25, Vatican 25, 25, and 325, Vatican 25, 25, 7.5, and 7.5, Vatican 325, 7.5, and 30, and 31, Vatican 32, Vatican 32, 31, and 2, and 3, and 33, Vatican 33, Vatican 33, and 32, 33, 34, Vatican 4, and 34 and a half, 4, and 33 and a half, 4, and 33 and a half, 4, and 34 and a half, Vatican 4 and a half, Vatican 5, at 35, Vatican 45, no, he's out, 5, at 35, 34 and a half, 5 and a half, at 5 and a half, 35 and a half, 35 and a half, at 35, 5 and a half, 35, 5 and a half, and Vatican at 35, 5 and a half, 35 and a quarter, now half, 35 and a half, 35 and a quarter and a half, 5 and a half, 75, 575, at 35, 75, at 35 and a half, 75, 6, at $36, at $36, you're going to have 6 and a quarter, you're going to have 36 and a quarter, and a quarter, you're going to have 25, 25, 25, 25, and a quarter and a half, and 6 and a half, and a 36 and a quarter and a half, 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 and out. I'm over here, 36 and a quarter, 36 and a half, 75. 36.75, 36.75, 36 and a half, 75 at 7, and 37, and 37, and they're going to have 7, they're going to have 7 and a quarter, at 37 and a quarter, at 337 and a quarter and a half, at 37 and a half, and a half, and get 37 and a quarter and a half, 37 and a half, and 75, 37, 75, 37, 75. We still got a lot of players. 37 and a half, 75, 37, 75, 8, 38, $38, $38, $38 to give 8, at $38 to give 8, at 38 to give 8, 38 and a quarter, 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 38 and a quarter. I entered again at 338 and a quarter, 338 and a quarter, 338 and a quarter. So 338 coffee, put them on number 10, number 10. Cripple. There's a gate cut of them coming in now. Well, I just don't know where you could go to find anything like this. Right here today. But you didn't get any heifers off this deal. are even, aren't they? Every one of them just weighing within a few pounds of each other. Wow, 2 pounds. Oakley must have done this. Woo, I'll put our shoulders against any of them. Of course, I've raised them, a lot of them. Good stock. Money pot's coming in, guys. Here we go.
Wish old Creed was here to see that.
Yeah, I wish Creed was. Wish Creed was here. He may be watching from somewhere. No, he wouldn't believe this.
He wouldn't let me buy those calves. Good as you can buy.
Good as you can buy. 3 1/4, and 3.25, and to get 30, and 3.25, and to get 7 and to get 30, and 30 to get 2 and to get 3.30 to get 2 and 3, 32 and 5, and 35 to get 2 and 3, and 33, 4 to get 4 to get 5, and to get 35, and 36 to get 6 to get 35, 36 and 35, 36 to get 35, 36 and 7 to get 7 took it right to heavy. 6 to half now, 7 and 37, 37 Tommy, and 7 to get 6 and a half, 7 and 7 TJ 7 and a half, and 37 and a half, and 37 and a half, and a half 8, and 38 to give 800 to give 8 to get $38, $38, $38, $38, and $800 to give 8 to give 800 to give a half, 8 1/4 to get 38 1/4, take a quarter and a half, and 38 and a half, 38 1/4 and a half, 38 and a half, 75, and 38, 75, and to be all 75 and 9, and 39 to give 75 and 9, and 39 and a quarter, and 39 and a quarter, 39 and a quarter, to get 9 1/4, a half, 9 and a half, 39 1/4 and a half, 39 and a half, 39 1/4 and a half. You both out 9 and a half, 9 and a half, 9 and a half, 39 1/4, 50, 39, 50. Same way, 39 1/4, number 11. Put these on 11, coffee 11. Have another 1,000 of them next week.
We'll have your work cut out for you next week.
You can't wait. For just 52 of these? 1,000 more next week, 52 of them right here. Should have held these next week when they'd got big enough. You gonna be here next week, George? You hope so, Jason. Don't be you ain't got run over this week, have you, Jason? You're watching behind you.
Did you see his back?
Looked like Rudolph played on his back all day. Well, guys, I don't know where else you go. Here they are. 52 of them. 52 of them right there now. $3, you're gonna get $3, at $3, you're gonna get $3, at $3, you're gonna get $3 now, $3, you're gonna get $3, you're gonna get $3, you're gonna get $3, at $3 here, $3, you're gonna get 2.5, you're gonna get 2.5, 302.5, at 302.5, 5, at 305, 7.5, you're gonna get 7.5 and 10, and 310, you're gonna get 12.5, at 310, 12 and 15, you're gonna get a 15, 17.5, at 317.5, you're gonna get 315, 16, and 16, you're gonna get 316, 17, and 17, 18, you're gonna give 18, get your man 18, and 317, 18, you're gonna give 18, you're gonna give 18, you're gonna give 18, 19, and 19, 20, and 320, you're gonna get 20, you're gonna get 20, you're gonna get 20, you're gonna get 20, half 20, and now half 20, half, and 20 and a half, and 20 and a half, you're gonna give $half, you're gonna get 20, 50, 20, 50, you're gonna get 50, and you're gonna get 50, 50, and now 1, and 21, 21 and a half, 21 and a half, 21 and a half, 21 and a half, you're gonna get 1 and a half, 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 21 and a half here, you're gonna get 1 and a half, top deal, and you're gonna get 321, put them at number 1. 101, 101. It's fun. It's our pleasures, right, guys? Here's the one George cut off. Little staggy. $2, you two, at $2, you're now 2, at $2, you're now 2, you're gonna get $2 now 2 to buy, but you get 2, 10, at 210, you're gonna get 10, you're gonna get 15, you're gonna get 20, you're gonna get 25, and 25, 30, you're gonna get 235, you're gonna get 540, at 245, you're gonna get 50, you're gonna get 5, at 55, you're gonna get 55, 60, at 260, you're gonna get 255, 60, at 255, 260 a pound, at 55 now 60, you're gonna get 60, you're gonna get Terry, 255, put them on 12. Okay, let me read this note. This note says there could be a cripple on this deal. There could be one with the ear down. It might be one with a bad back. She got it. Could be a little rough in the back. Could be an ear hanging. Could be a cripple. Nothing very major. Here we go, right here now, to get that good steers, right here now, to get that $2.10, at $2.10, 20, and 220, to get that 210, 220, to get 210, 220, to get 210, 20, and 210, 20, 30, to get 230, to get 30, to get 230, 40, at 240, 50, at 250, 60, to get 60, at 70, to get 270, to get 80, to get 280, to get 280, at 270, give 80, to get 270, give 80, to give 80, to give 80, Terry, 270, number 9X. Travis, see you next week, bud. Thank y'all. Who's that with him? Jackson.
Wendy's got old Pope still there. He bought those Hanson heifers. He wants to breed at full price. So she's telling him, well, you can't have him. He's going to take him home. I said, heck yeah, he bought the deal.
There'll be 51 ahead of them right there, boys. Jackson, how are you, bud? Looking good. You see your neighbors sell cattle right here? Well, Jackson, you ain't going to be second to many of them.
No, he ain't too bad either.
No, I wouldn't want to back up and throw rocks at them. Like them. You always like Jacks? Got lots of gold left in them, guys, for a 980 weight steer. 980 and 980 and 980 and 980. Wow. Here we go. They're taking at 310 and 310. They're taking at 12 and a half at 310, 12 and a half. They're taking 15. They're taking at 15 at 312 and a half, 15, 17 and a half, 20. They're taking 322 and a half, 5. They're taking 7 and a half. They're taking 7 and a half at 327 and a half at 25. They're taking 7 and a half at 30 and 30. They're taking 31. They're taking 31, 32, 32, 33 at 33. They're taking 33. They're taking 32, 33, 34 at 34. They're taking at 4 and 5 at 35. They're taking 600 at 3600. They're taking 7. They're taking 37. They're taking 8 at 3800. They're taking 8. They're taking 37, 38 now 8 half $8 at 30 and a half, 8 and a half, 9 at 39. They're taking $9 9 there 9 8 half a 9 8 half a 9 8 half a 9 at 38 and a half. What are you now? But now, but now, but now 39, 39, 39, 39. Troy 38 and a half, number 95. You know who you remind me of doing that now? Oh, okay. Jackson, our privilege. Thank you, Guy. Thank you. Our privilege. Turner time, George. Another reputation cattle. There'll be 61 in this offering. 61 in this offering. Here's some little bitty cattle. Little grazers, Jace. Hadn't rained in Amber. Goodness. My goodness sakes alive. You could talk about the goods. You like them, George? I do too. And here we go right here now. Here we go. I got the goods right here now. And they're 340 at 340. They're getting at 2.5 at 340. They're getting 2.5. They get 42.5, 42.5, 42.5 at 45, 7.5. They get 7.5, 47.5, 50 at 352.5. They get 5 at 5, 7.5. They get 60. They get 60. They get 2.5 and 2.5 and 5. They get 5. They get 2.5, 3 and 63, 4 and 4, 5. They get 65. Now $6 at 67. They get 7. They get 7. They get 8 at 800. They get 8. They get 9. They get 9 here now there. They get 70 at 70. They get 1 at 71. They get 371. They get 371 and $371 at 371. They get 71, 71, 71, 71, 71 at 371. They get $1. They get now 1. It's sold 370 bar 81. Some more of them, guys. Here's some more of them. Colored. We used to call black colored. You don't remember that, though. Yeah. He got to be black. Red Angus, Charolais, Kraus. How many? 34. 36 up. 36 up, guys, right here now. They're to get at 350. At 350, they're to get 2.5. At 350, 2.5. They're to get at 2.5. They're to get 2.5. They're to get 350 now, 2.5. And 5. And 55. They're to get 55. 7.5. They're to get 60. At 62, they're to get 2. They're to get 3. They're to get 3. They're to get 4. And 4. They're to get 5. They're to get 5. 6. 66. 7. And 8. They're to get 800. They're to get 8. They're to get 9. They're to get 70. And 71. They're to get 72. They're to get 72. 3. 73. At 72. 73. 72. 73. At 372. 73. Enter to get 3. Enter to get 3. Top deal at 372. Number 8. Thank you, Ping David Grant. Huh? Lad. Grant's boy. Oh. Grant does all the work. Lad does all the work. Here's a Hillary Farms cattle, folks. Right here.
Pretty nice.
Pretty nice is right. Pretty nice is right. Right here now. They're to get 380. At 380, they're to get at 2.5. At 380, 2.5. They're to get 2.5. They're to get 380, 2.5. They're to get 2.5. 82.5. At 380, they're to get 2.5. They're to get 82.5. 82.5. At 380, we're to get 2.5. They're to get 82.5. 82.5. 82.5. 82.5. 82.5. Tubby. 380. Put them on number 7. $36 more. No, them people was waiting on our way to buy back up. 36 more, guys.
Nice cattle now.
Yeah, they're nice cattle. Right here now, they're not good. They raise them all. Raise them all. Right here now, they're to get 355. At 350 now, 5. At 55, they're to get 5. They're to get 5. They're to get 5. They're to get 5. 350 now, 5. At 55, they're to get 350. They're to get 5. At 50, they're to get 50. They're to get 50. At 350, they're to get 50. They're to get 50. They're to get 50. At 50, they're to get 50. They're to get 50. They're to get 40. At 340, now 2, 44, 44, 5, 45, 6, 45, 600. At 645. 46, 7, at 48, they're to give 800, to give 8, they're to get 8, 9, they're to get 9 here, now there, but to get 9, at 48, now 9, 50, they're to get 51, at 51, they're to get 52, they're to get 51, 2, 3, at 53, they're to get 53, they're to get 52, 53, at 52, 3, they're to get 52, 53, at 3, they're to get 3, they're to get 3, they're to get 3, they're to get 3, so at 352, Bailey 9, 91, 91 on Bailey. Thank you, guys. Hillary's like the Hillary Ranch boys. Where are we going now? Denwalt? Huh. Did you get yours out of South Dakota? Yep. Denwalt now. Load up right here. Load up out. First into them. Good was here now. They're to get 350. At 50, they're to get 50. They're to get 50. At 350, they're to get 2.5. They're to get 2.5. 350, 2.5. They're to get 2.5. At 350, they're to get 2.5. They're to get 2.5. 1. At 350, 1, 2. They're to get 51. 52. 2, job bid 2. 51. 52. They're to get 53. At 54. At 54, they're to get 53 and 4. They're to get 3 and 4. At 53, 54, 54, 54, 54, and 4. They're to get 4. They're to get 4. LaFleur. I put them on number 9. 7, 80, 80, 80. I don't know. When I sell it, I don't remember that one. 37 more. Don't let them get away from you. They did good work. Thank you, Travis. Thank you, guys. They do. Okay.
Yeah, they're weighing cripple back off that deal too. So.
37 more TJs or Troys. Big Troy. Both of you? Oh. He finally let you get in on the deal? Denwalt, guys. Denwalt's Good cattle, good people. 37 of them, pretty black, pretty good. They come in a good day right there, boys. They come there, they got good cattle right there. I entered to get 325 and 325 and 25. They get 25, 25, 25, 25, 25. They get 325 and 325. They get 25, 25, 25, 25, 25. They get 5 and 600 and 25, 6 here, 25, 6, 25, 600 and 325, 2600 and 600. They get 600, they get 600, they get a T and 325 T7. 87. 78. I knew that. Thank you.
This should be quite a culture shock.
Be the Hannah Bass cattle guys down there, Cash.
They're in the shade. Well, that's the best I can do. I'm glad you got them. That was a hell of a deal. Unbelievable. Really, really nice.
1,800 right here, boys, down there, southwestern Oklahoma. Southwestern Oklahoma. Good 8-weight steers right here now. They got 330 at 330. They get 30. They get 30. They get 30. They get 30. They get 30 at 330. They get 35. They get 30. They get 30. They get 10, 12, 14 and 14, 16, 16, 18, now 20 and 320 and 318, 20. They get 318, 20. They get 318, 19, 18, 19. They get 20. They get 1. They get 21, 2 and 22, 23, 24 and 25. They get 600. They get 600 and 7 and 27, 8. They get 28, 9 and 29, 30. They get 330, they get 331 at 31, 31, 32, 33 at 34, they get 5, they get 3600 at 37, they get 7, 8, they get 3800, they get 8 at 37, 38, 37, 38, 37, 38 at 8, they get 800, they get 8, Bailey at 337, put them on number 81. 49 more mics.
That all came over. That mic. Can't see it. Is that mic over?
Good job, Michael. Huh? He's making them better? Well, no comment. He sure is. Good job, Mike. That's what I want to say. Hey, he's got a good set of old big, good feeding steers. Got to go. Got a lot to go in them. Cash, Oklahoma. Cash, Oklahoma. I entered to get 310. At 310, they're going to get 10 to get 10. At 310, they're going to get 10. They're going to get 10, 10, 10, 12. They're get 12. They're get 13. They're get 13, 14. And 14, 15. They're get 16. They're get 17. They're get 17, 18. 18, 18, 19. They're get 20. And 321. They're get 21, 21, 21, 21, 21. And 2. And 21, 2, 22, 3. They're get 23. They're get 23. They're get 22, 23. And 22, 23, 22, and 23, 4. And 24, 5. And 25. They're get 325 at 324, 5 and 5. They get $5. They get 5. They get 25, 25, 25, 25. Up at 324. Put them on number 85, 95, 95. Thank you, Michael. Little bitty one's right here now, George. Huh? Krausen. Chris Krausen. Sure. Chris Crossan. Raised them all, Jace. Been on ryegrass. They've been wormed every 120 days. They've never had any artificial hormones. Belong them boys right up at that table. $4, 10, $4, now 10, and $10, to get now 10, to get 405, and 405, 10, to get 10, to get 10, to get 10, to get 10, 15, to get 15, 20, and 20, to get 17, and 20, to get 20, to get 420, and 417, and a half 20, and 20, to get 20, to get 20, to get 20, to get 20, and 17, and a half 20, to get 20, to get 20, and 20, to get 20, to get to be 7. Put them on number 7. 32 more of them.
You can send him on with a check. We'll just maybe work on the rest of it. You just average one off that graph.
You like these folks? Tell you what, Jason, he does a pretty good job, doesn't he? Okay. Copa de Lida. Look how black they are. No flesh, does it? Out of semi-Angus bulls, they've been on ryegrass, Jace. Been on ryegrass. That's all I've had. I had to get 3, to get 50. I 352 and a half. I get 2 and a half. I get 2 and a 5. At 55. I get 5. I get 5. I get 5. 7 and a half. At 57 and a half. I get 7 at 60. At 362 and a half. I get 2 and a half. 5 and 5. 7 and a half. I get 7 at 70. I get 70. I get 70. At 370 a pound. At 367 and a half. 70. At 70. I get 70. I get 70. I get 70. I get 70. At 370. I get 70. 367 and a half. 8. Wow, Jason, how much more they can put on? They got lots to go, guys. There's a set of cattle got to frame it way more than that, Billy, Jason. I do too. Really, really a sweet deal, Jason. You guys do good work now. Great work up there. Great work. They were all born and raised together by a Sim Angus bull, and they got good weights and lots of gold left right there. I entered to that 2, to get 3 on 2 and a half, at 3 on the mill, 2 and a half, to get that 2 and a half, to get 3 on 2 and a half, 5, to get 5, 7 and a half, to get 10, and 12 and a half, to get 15, 17 and a half, to get 20, and 22 and a half, at 322 and a 5, to get 5, to get 5, 25, 22 and a 5, at 322 and a 5, 7 and a half, at 7 and a half, to get 7 and 30, and 30, to get 30, to get 31, and 31, to get 32, to get 32, 31 and 32, 31 and 2, at 331, 2, to get 31, 32, and 31, 32, 31, 32, and 31, ready to get 2, ready to get 2, ready to get 2, hook it 2, add 2, to be 331, 95. Where you been, Anton? Taking a nap? Okay. Is that all them, Jason? Okay. Right. Guys, thank y'all very much for being here.
Thank you.
Look forward to seeing you next trip. Thank you. Here's another set of good black steers, Billy boy. Looky here, looky here, looky here, Harvey. Looky here, Harvey Hogan.
Nice. Good drive, 27 of 54.
Harvey buys pretty good cattle when he starts with them. He starts with a good one, keeps them right. Reputation set of cattle, John, we sell all the time right here, week after week after week. Look at that good steer. They ain't gonna have to take a runner up to me either. Nice. Here to get a 310, at 310, 12 and a half, at 312 and a half, 15, to get 7 and a half, to get 7 and a half, 20, to get 2 and a half, to get 5, at 7 and a half, to get 7 to 30, at 30, to get 31, to get 31, 31, 2, 32, 32, 33, at 33, 34, to get 4, to get 5, at 35, to get 35, 36 dollars, at 36 dollars, 35, 36 dollars here, no, at 36 dollars now, 6 here, 35, 36, 7, at 7, at 38 dollars to get 8, 9, to get out here, now there, over to get out, over to get down the right cat here, 9 here, 9 there, 9, 40, and 40, to get 40, to get 40, to get 40, to get 40, and 340, to get 339, you'll get 40, and 40, to get 39, to get 40, to get 40, to get 40, to get 40, and 40, to get 40, to get sold, 339, Bailey, put up a number 92, 92. Thank you, Harvey. Matt Moffitt. Here's the Moffitt cattle, boys. Didn't you advertise a lot of really big, nice strings of cattle today, Billy? I believe there's no false advertisement there to you, Jace. Mr. Moffitt right there now. Mr. Moffitt, he brought the goods right there, people. Look there, Mike. Good boys, good boys. Get a little 9-weight cattle out there. Get a 9-weight cattle here now. To get 335, at 335, at 335. To get out 35, 35, 35, 35, 35, 6 dollars. To get out 35, 6, 7. To get 7, 8, and 38, 9. To get out 9, 40. To get 41, and 41. To get 41, 2. To get 2, 3. To get 3, 4, and 45. To get 46 dollars. To get 7, and 7. To get 8. To get 8 here, 8 dollars. To get 8. To get 48, and 48 dollars. 47, 8, and 9, and 49. To get 349. To get 348. 9 and 950 at 350 to get 50 to get 50 at 351 at $51 2 at 51 2 to get 351 2 at 51 what to get 2 but to get 2 here 2 there but to get 2 but to get 2 and 2 to get 351 2 here to get a fleur at 351 put them on number 9 you bet you. Thank you, Mr. Moffitt. 90. Hey, Edward. Did you see Jack, Ed? Barely saw him. Together again. 147 of these guys in his first offering. Now, here's Ed's cattle. 147 in first offering. Nice and 8-weight steers right there, boys. Mr. Edward.
Get out of here, you black red ball. Hurry, Jace. Pay attention.
They get hot, Jason.
Okay, guys, they're a good set of feeding burgers. There they are, guys, right here. Good set of Edwards, good steers in arena. In the arena, good 8-weight steers, 900-pound steers. All right here now. They're to get 310, at 310, at 310. They're to get that 10, they're to get that 10, and 310. They're to get that 10, about, to get 10, to get 10, 10, 10, 12. They're to get 3, 10, 12. They're to get 13, and 13. They're to get 13. They're to get 13. They're to get 12. They're to get 13, and 13, 14. They're to get 15. They're to get 15, 16, and 16, 17. They're to get 17, 18. They're to get 19, and 19, 20. They're to get 320. They're to get 21, and 21, 22, 22, 22, 3, at 23, 24, at 24, 5, and 25, 600, to get 600, to get 7, and 27, 8, to get 8, to get 8, to get 9, to get 9 here, 9 there, to get 30, and 30, to get 1, and 31, 31, 2, 32, 33, 33, 33, 34, and 34, 5, and 35, 600, to get 35, 3600, and 335, 3600, 35, to get 600, to get 600 here, to get 6, to be 335, put them on number 9, to be number 9. This is the deal here. There's the deal, guys, right here now. Good crossbred steers off of them. The good crossbred steers, big exotic steers off of them. Right there, they're to get 310, and 310, they're to get 10 to buy them, but to get 10, and 310, they're to get 10 to buy them, but to get 10, but to get 10, but to get 10, 10, 10, 10, 10. Come on, honey. And 310, they're to get 310, they're to get 310, they're to get $3, half 3, at 3 on the bill, 3, who get 301, and 301, they're to get 1, they're to get 1, they're to get 1, they're to get 1, they're to go, guys, 301, and 301, they're to get 1, they're to get 301, and 301, they're to get 301, they're to get 301. Here's up $3. Put them on number 101, 101, 101X, 101X.
Guys, don't mix them on the 101.
101X. The exotics right there now. The exotics right here now. They're to get 330, and 330, and 330. They're to, huh? 330, and 30, to get 35, to get 30, and 30, to get 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 1, and 31, to get 31, 31, 32, 32, 31, and 32, and 3, 31, and 32. Yeah, here 2, there, but to get 2, and 31, 32, 31, 32, 31, and 32, and 2 here, 2 there, but to get 2, top, and 3, 31, put them at 9. Okay, Edward Abia. Here's a big deal, Edwards. 174 more of them. Wow. 174. Pay attention when they come through, boys. Good rascals. because that's all I wanted for.
They bring 360, they weighed in the forward. They were cripples. Bob Cowley. Bob Cowley. Shit he brings in here, he can't sell on Craigslist. He sells it here.
I ain't gonna take care of it. At the money pot? No, it's not. Big old steers, Billy. Here's a smooth set of steers, Jason. Just money. Money. This money. 174 of them, guys. 174 of them good 9-weight steers right there. Pretty black. Pretty good here. 310 at 310. They're going to 10 to buy them. Get 10 at 310. They're going to 10 to buy them. Get 10. Get 10. Get 10. 10. 10. 310. 12 and a half at 310. 12 and a half. Get 310 now. 12 and a half at 12 and a half. 15. They're going to 15. They're going to 16 and 16. They're going to 316. They're going to 16 and 16. 17. They're going to 17. 18. They're going to 18. They're going to 18. They're going to 18 and 19. They're going to 19. 19 and 20 and 320. They're going to 21. They're going to 21. They're going to 21. 2 and 22. They're going to 22. 3. They're going to 23, they're going 23, 4 and 24, they're going 24, they're going 5 and 25, they're going 2600 and 2600, they're going 25, 2600, half 600 and 5 and a half, 6 and 25 and a half, 6, 25 and a half, 600 and 25, you get 6 and a half and a half and a half, they're going to have 7 and 27, they're going 327 and a half and a half, they're going 7 of 8, and they're going 28 and a half, 8 and a half, 8 and a half, 8 and a half, 8 and a half, and a half, 9 and 29, they're going 328 and a half, 9 and 328 and a half, you're going 9, better than 9, better get out here, 9 there, better get 9. Tubby, 328 and a half, put them a 9. 47 more of the biggins, big boys off of them, guys. Here's a big boys, boys. Here's a big boys.
Hayes went to coffee. Says, Broker's got a bunch of big cattle. You cheapen up them speaks if you want to stick around.
There you go. Okay, right. All right. They're got a good big series here now. They're going to 275, 80 at 275 at 275. They're going to 275. They're going to 600 at 275, 76, 75, 7600 and 7 and 277. And they're going to 8. They're going to 800. They're going to 8. They're going to 9 and 79. They're going to 279 and 278. 9. They're going to 9 here now. 30 and 279. 80. And they're going to 282 and 281. Who'd you say? 281, 281, 281 and 281. They're going to get 281. No, he's out. 282, 282, 3, 283, 4, 284, 5, and 285. They're going to get 284, 5, 85. They're going to get 284, 285, and 5, 5. They're going to get 5, 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 284. Put him a number 90. No, 200, 200, 200. 36, the crossbred cattle off Edwards. Okay, little crosses. Yeah, right there. Now to get $2, $2. To get $3. You get $3 and $3. You get $3 and $3. You get $3. You get $3 now. $3. You get $3. You get $3. You get $3 and $3. You get $3. You get $3. You get $1. You get $301. $2. You get $302. $3 and $304. You get $305. You get $5. $6 and $7. You get $7. You get $8. You get $309. You get $9. $10 and $10. $11. You get $11. $12. $13 and $13. $14. You get $15. You get $15. $16. You get $16 and $3. $16 and $16. You get $3. $15. $16 a pound, 17 and 17, 18, 18 internet, 318, 19 and 19, 20 and 320 internet, 320 and 21. There to get 21 now, 2 and 22. There to get 21, 2 yet again, 2 and 21, 2, 22, 21, 22, 21, 2 and 321 now, 2 here. Tubby 321, Tubby 321. 9. Get an old heavy horn one. A big brindle, heavy horned. One tubber. What else? A Charlet. Charlet with horns and a brindle with old heavy horns. Gatesville, Texas is where we're going right here. There's 6 loads of these young cattle. It'll be 368 in this offering. 368. Look at them little cattle there. They're hunting something to eat. Well, here's a set of cattle I think will respond. Mr. Young's good cattle of Gatesville, Texas.
Bob and Norris. Bob and Norris up here.
Bob and Norris. Who's Bob?
Bill.
I think so too. Like, kind of reminds you of Charles's, don't it? Kind of reminds you of Charles's cattle.
Yeah, well, he's kind of a neighbor.
Kind of a neighbor to him down there, Gatesville. I like his cattle, Jason.
Okay, I'll plan on the next 46 and a good head.
Pets all. Pets all. Money. Here's a money pot, guys, right there. There is a really nice set of young cattle from Gatesville, Texas. Feeder cattle deluxe. They got everything you'd want in one right there, people. And to get 345 and 345 and 45 and to get 45 and to get 5 and to get 5 and to get 5 and to get 7.5 and 45 and to get 7.5 45 7 to 50 and 350 and to get 47 and a half and to get 50 and 350 and now 1 and 51 and to get 51 and to get 51 2 and 2 and to get 51 52 51 and 2 and 2 and to get 351 2 3 and 353 and to get 354 and 355 and 355 600 and 600 to get 55 600 to get 55 600 to get 55 600 at 355 356 355 356 and 5 and get 600 to get 55 56 55 56. So 355 Varner put them on 83. The white Charolais and the Herefords. Thank the Youngs. Appreciate you guys very, very much. You did an excellent job. You're watching it on that, whatever it is, TV set. Wichita. Look kind of like those Adam. Ought to be 74 of these cattle, guys. The Baron cattle down at Wichita Falls. Tommy Baron. Hello, Tommy. Hadn't seen you in 100 years. Ed Rother, thank you, buddy. Thank you. You and Jack stay sober. All right, there you go. Tommy Baron cattle, Wichita Falls, Texas, and a nice little lightweight steers right here at 330, at 330, to get a 2.5, at 330, 2.5, to get 2.5, to get 330, 2.5, 32 and a half, out the gate, 2.5, at 330, 2.5, at 35, $6, to get a 7, to get 8, to get $38.09, to get 40, and 41, to get 42, 43, and 44, to get 44, and 44, 5, and $46, to get a $6, 7, to get 7, 8, and 48, to get 9, to get 50, to get 51, and 52, to get 53, to get 54, and 55, to get 55, to get $6, and 55, $6, to get 55, $56, and 56, 7, and 57, to get 7, half, 7, half, and 7, half, to get 7, half, 8, to get 58, half, 8, half, to get 8, half, 8, half, 9, 59, half, and a half, to get 9, half, 60, half, and a half, to get 60 and a half, 1, and a half, or 1.5, 1.5, 1.5, 2, but to get 2, but to get 2, but to get 2, and 1.5, 2, and 61 and a half, 2, 2 to the 1.5, very good 2, very good 2, here 2 there, very good 2, and 2 to the good tubby, 61.5, number 81, 88, just 8, just 8, just 8. All right, to be 202, 7 more, 207. 207 more of them. Look here, folks, what Tommy brought you. Tommy did a good job. Eight-weight cattle right there, folks, deluxe. Stick them in a bunk, watch them go. They'll do their part for you. Right, Gary? Thank you. There we go, folks. One of them got a short tail, guys. He'll be on there. And so those steers right there, good feeding those steers. I entered to get a 335, 40, at 335, at 335, and to get a 35, 35, 35, 35, 35, and to get 335, at 35, and to get a 335, and to get $6, to get a 7, and 7, 8, and to get 338, and to get 9, and to get 40, and 41, and to get 2, and to get 2, 3, and to get 3, 4, and 44, 5, and to get 5, $6, and to get a 45, 46, and 45, 46, half, $6, 46, 5.5, now 6.5, and 46.5, 46.5, 7, 47.5, and 7.5, and 7.5, 8, 48.5, 8.5, and 8.5, 9, 49.5, and 1.5, 50, and 50, and 50, and 50, and 350, and 349.5, 50, and 50, and 50, and 349.5, but get 50, but get 50, and 50, and 50, and get top deal 349.5. 8x, 8x on them. Thank you, Tommy. Where?
Lake Creek, Texas,
Lake Creek, Burt.
4 loads of these.
Be 4 loads of Mr. Burt's cattle, guys. 4 loads of them. Well, the weights will be good on these set of cattle right here now. He has some heifers off this deal that look kind of like this deal now. Nice set of lightweight steers, lightweight feeder steers right there, Bobby. Where are you two guys going? Figured you'd go with them, Dennis. Thinking about it. Muddy pot, there you go, right there, boys. Here we go. Bird Farms. Really good weights right there now. Here we go. Enter to now 350 and 350. Enter to get 2.5 and 350. Enter to get 2.5. Enter to get 2.5. Enter to get 350. 2.5. Enter to get 2.5 and 52.5. 3. Enter to get 53. Enter to get 52.5. 3 and 52.5. 3 4 and 54. Enter to get 5. Enter to get 55. Enter to get 5. Enter to get 5. $6 and 56. Enter to get $6.5. 6 7 and 57. Internet 57 and 7. Enter to get 7. Enter to get 7. Enter to get 7. And kind of worth a no at 350. 57 and 7 under to get 56, 57 and 56, 7, 8 and 58 and a half, 8. 57 and a half, 8, internet out, 58, 7 and a half, 8, 358 and 800 to give 8, to get a 7 of 8, would give 8, would give 8 there, 8 there, would give 8, would give 8 tub, 357 and a half, number 8. Some of these, 160. 41 times 3, 860. 82. How black are these, Bill? The weights are very, very good. Mr. Burt, if you're watching in here, you do good work now. You do excellent work. think this set of big steers right here that will do what they're supposed to do. Yeah, take advantage of it. Feed man's gone to Las Vegas to get married,
Okay.
divorce. Okay, guys, here they are. One of the feeding sets I've had in front of me, guys, I believe. Weights, I carry them around the world and back, around the world and back here. And I enter to get at 330, at 330, enter to get 2.5, at 330, enter to get 2.5, enter to get 330, enter to get 30, enter to get 30, enter to get 2.5, enter to get 5, at 35, 7.5, enter to get 7.5, 36, 7, at 37, 8, 38, 38, 9, 39, 40, and 40, enter to get 1, enter to get 41, 2, enter to get 2, enter to get 2, at 3, enter to get 43, 4, at 44, enter to get 45, enter to get 45, 45, half, 5, at 44 and a half, 5.5, at 45 and a half, $6, at 46, enter to get a half, enter to get a half, to get a 7, at 47, enter to get a 7 and a half, enter to get 7.5, 8, at 48, enter to give 8 and a half, enter to give 8 and a half, 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 and enter to get a 348 and a half, at 348 and a half, 9, and 349, enter to give 8 and a half, and 9 here and a half, 9 and a half, 9 and a half, 9 and a half, 50, at 350, enter to get 349 and a half, 50, enter to get 50 and a half, enter to get 50 and a half, 1, and 51 and a half, or 1 and a half, 1 and a half, 1 and a half, 1 and a half, 51 and a half, and 351 and a half, enter to get 351 and a half, and 1 and a half, or 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 351, 91. Here's 9 crosses or something. Tall, bigger. 9 biggers. Must be a lot bigger you left them on there. Yeah, they are. Good job, Georgie. Who? The bacons right here now, they are bacons right here now. They get at 250, at 250 they all go. 252 and a half, at 250, they get 2 and a half, they get 252 and a half, 5, at 5, 7 and a half, 60, they get 2 and a half, they get 5, at 5, 7 and a half, 70, they get 272 and a half, 5, at 77 and a half, they get 77 and a half, at 75, 77 and a half, at 75, 77 and a half here, they get tubby 30, 275, put on number 2, 100. 200. Thank you, Bert. Stewart, Oklahoma. They come. Murdoch cattle out. Look at that good black steer right there, Gary Reed. He got the look. He got the Stewart look. Me like another set of cattle empty. Another set of empty cattle from down there, Stewart. They got the Stewart look right there, people. Stewart, Oklahoma. They got big, but they still got that Stewart gold look right there. I entered again at $3. You 2.5, a $3 bill, three. You're to get $3 now, three. You're to get a three. You're to get three, and $3 2.5. To get 2.5. To get 2.5, three, 2.5, and 2.5. College baby, and five. To get 3, 5, 7.5. To get 7.5. To get 10, and 3.10 down 6, 7. To get 7, 8, and 8, 9. To get 10. To get 10, 11, 11. To get 3, 11, 3, 11, 3, 11, 3, 11, and 3, 10, 11. And now 12, and now 12, 13, and to get 13, and to get 13, and 12, and to get 13, and 3, 12, and to get 13, and to get 13, and 14, and 14, and to get 15, and 15, and to get 15, and to get 15, and to get 15, and to get 15, 16, and 16, and to get 17, and 17, and to get 3, 17, and 18, 18, 19, and to get 19, and to get 19, and to get 20, and 3, 21, and 3, 21, and to get 12, and to get 1, and to get 1, 2, and 22, and to get 12, and 2, and to get 3, and 23, to get 22, 23, at 22, 3, to get 3, to get 3, to get 3, Tubby, at 322, put on number 11, no, 101X, 101X. Thank you, Alan Murdahl. Thank you, Alan. Here's Jeff Reuter.
Split dropped at 56 and 28.
It is good low steers, guys. Good job, Jeff. Nice cattle, guys. Nice cattle. Good 8-weight cattle here, 340 and 340. Enter to get 40, enter to get 40 and 340. Enter to get 45, enter to get 40, enter to get 40, enter to get 2.5, enter to get 42.5 and 342 and a half, enter to get 2.5, enter to get 2.5 and 47.5, enter to get 7.5, enter to get 50 and 352.5 and 352.5, 5 and 55, enter to get 52 and a 3 and 53, enter to get 52.5, 3, 4 and 54, enter to get 55 and 55, enter to get 54, 5, 6 and 56, enter to get 7, enter to get 57, enter to get 7, enter to get 7, enter to get 7 and 56, now 7, enter to get 7, out of here, half and 7.5, 7.5, 8 and 58 and 58, Jermaine's out and a half, 8.5, 8.5, 8.5, 8.5, did you 9 and 59, enter to get 9, 8.5 and 9, 8.5 and 9, enter to get 8.5 and 9, better get down, better get down, better get down there, better get down 9, so 358 and a half, LaFleur, put him on number 81. Five a little.
What's wrong?
Okay, 5 he cut off. Look like anything very serious to me right here. $3 and 3 and 3. You're to get $3 now. 3. You're to get 3. You're to get 3. You're to get 3. They're all going to go right here. Here 3 and $3 now. 2.5. And get 2.5. 5 and 3. 5. 7.5. 10 and 3. 10. 12.5. And get 12.5. 15. And to get 17.5 and 17.5. And get 3. 17.5 and 17.5. And get 17.5 and 3. 15. 17. 50 and a half. And get half here. Varner 315. Varner put on number 603. 601. Jeffrey, thank you, buddy. Cross Plains, Texas. Boys, these big cattle have been weaned for 100 days. Cross Plains, Texas. All born and raised together, one little old package.
Well, green is gold now.
Cross Plains, Texas. I don't know for sure where that is, but the old cattle hadn't had a lot to eat. Little old latch steers here now. They're to get 350. 352 and a half, and 352 and a half, and to get 7 and a half, and to get 60, and to get 2 and a half, and to get 5, and 5, and to get 7 and a half, and to get 70, and 370, and to get 70, and to get 72 and a half, and 72 and a half, and to get 77 and a half, and to get 7 of 80, and 380, and to get 80, and to get 82 and a half, 82 and a 5, 85, and to get 35, 85, 83, 5, 83, 5, 7, 87, 89, and to get 89, and to get 89, and to get 89, and 90, and 391, and 91, to get 391, to get 91, to get 91, 91, 91, and 391, and 390, now 1, to get 91, to get 91, top deal, 390, number 7. Just some more of them, Bill? No, no.
This is the Buckner here.
The Butlers?
Buckner.
Buckner, yeah.
Chico, Texas. One nice little steer.
Chico, Texas, a load of them, folks. To be 60 head of the Buckners. Black steers all day long. Todd Buckner right there, folks. They are good black steers. Good weights. Not a lot of flesh. 900-pound steers are very finest. 325 and 325. Get 25, 25, 25, 7 and a half. Get 7 and a half. Get 7 and 30 and 32 and a half. Get 3, 32 and a 5 and 5. Get 37 and a half. Get 40 and 2 and a half. Get 2 and a half. 42 and a 5 and 45, 3, 4, 44, 5 and 600. Get 46, 45, 600 and 45. Get 607 and 8. Get 48. Get 809. Get 50 and 51 and 51. Get 50 now 1. Get 51 now 1, 1, 1 and 3. $50, $1 now, $1 now, $1 now, $1 and 1 to get 51 here. Bailey got him at 350. Put him on number 93. 93. Okie dokie, where you going, Bill?
This is a forward cattle. That's all. Be a load of these cattle.
Below them.
Long wean.
Long time wean.
World's the condition now.
Conditions talking for itself right here.
They're always nice.
Sterling City, Texas. Wean forever out trip. Long time. Right here, long time. $4, 2 and a half. And $4 bill, 2 and a half. And 2 and a half. And I get $4 now, 2 and a half. And I get 2 and a half. And I get 2 and a half, 2 and a half. And $4 now, 2 and a half. And I get 2 and a half. And I get 2 and a half, 2 and a half. And 2 and a half. And I get 2 and a half. And I get 2 and a half. And I get 2 and a half. And $4 now, 2 and a half. And I get 2 and a half. And 2 and a half. And I get 2 and a half here. Top deal. $4. Put them on 7. There's some more guys. Same cattle, been weaned forever. They're always nice cattle, Bill.
They always are.
They certainly are. They are no exception today. Stick out set of cattle with condition. Stick out set with condition going with them right there with quality and condition. I entered to get 350 and 2.5 and 350. Entered to get 2.5 and to get 350, 2.5 and to get 5 and 5, 7.5, 60. Entered to get 62.5, 5 and 5 and to get 7.5, 70 and 72.5, 72.5, 1 and 71, 2 and 72, 3 and 73. Entered to get 72, 73, 72, 73, 4 and 74. Entered to get 75 and 75 and to get 5 and to get 600 and 76 entered to get 75, 76 and 75, 6 here to get 7 and 77 to get 6.5, 7 and a half to get 77 and a half, 8 and 78 and a half to get 8 and a half to get 8 and a half to get 9 and 79 and a half and 9 and a half to get 9 and a half, 80 to get 80 to get 1, 81 to get 81 to get 1, 81, 81, 81, 81, 81, 81 here, 1 there to Troy at $380, number 75. Troy at number 75. Nice cattle. Thank you guys from Chris Hope, Texas.
Here's O'Brien and Trey Lucina's good cattle here.
Crawford, Texas. There you go, guys. There you go. Here's a light end of them, I'll bet you. Lucina's, you bet, right here now. To get at 375, 80, at 375, to get 80, and 75, to get 7.5, to get 75, 7.5, to get 75, 7 of 80, and 82, to get 83, to get 84, to get 5, 85, 600, to get 7, to get 7, 8, to get 89, and 9, to get 90, to get 91, to get 91, to get 391, and 2, and 93, to get 94, 95, to get 94, 5, 94, 5, and 94, 95, 600, and 96, 7, 97, 98, 98, 98, 98, 98, and 98, to give 800, to give 800, to get 98, 98, 98 here. Troy, 397, number 75.
George says that we have buyers asking if we can do yard out so they can get trucks on the road.
Yeah, as soon as I get this done. Alan Wood.
Yeah, you think? Here's 98 more of them, folks. I'd talk about good feeding cattle today.
Green is a goal.
Green as you can make one of them. The weights are excellent.
Okay, split draft of 98. I should have 49 in the ring. 70 can.
Another real set right there, Hudson. You like them? You like them? Hey, do you like them? You're supposed to say, yes, sir. Oakley, you like them? Let's go. There you go. Now you're doing it. Stay there. Another set of them stick out 8-weight cattle that'll feed by. I think will feed their heads off. I do too. Red Angus and Black Angus and that condition and out of this world. Stick out set of 8-weight steers. I entered to get at 370. At 370, entered to get at 70. At 70, entered to get at 70. Entered to get at 70. Entered to get 70. At 370, entered to get at 70. Entered to get at 70. Entered to get at 70. 70, 70, entered to get 70. At 70, entered to get 70. Entered to get 60. Now 1, 361, and 361, and 1, entered to get now 1, entered to get now 2, entered to get 1, 2, entered to get 2, 3, and 3, entered to get 4, entered to get 5, and 65, 66, 7, and 7, 8, entered to give 8, entered to give 8, 9, entered to get 9 here, 9 there, but to get 9, at 8, 9, 68, 9, 68, 9, 68, 9, and 9 here, entered to get T at 368, number 78.
That deal we can get some yard outs.
a Bigfoot and some stags, and then we'll get yard out. You boys are getting impatient. Right, George? TJ, was he the one? Stags and Bigfoots. Big stags and foots. I mean, Bigfoots and stags. Not bad stags. Probably not a bad Bigfoot. 250, 5, 255, 65, 70, 5, 80, 5, 85 and 90, 5, 95, 3, 3, 295, 3, 3, Terrier, 295 Terrier. Put him on number 12. Goodbye, young man. Let's get these yard outs and then we get right on. We don't like much, guys. Where else could you go and be through at 2:30? See how many cattle? Just here. What? Kelly. Did you tell him we were going to do a little on the south side too? Jace? Did you tell Kelly we're going to do a little on the south side also?
W95 for Cripple Black off of Wesley.
Yosich. The lame George. The lame Jace. The lame right here now, 250, 250, they're going to 50, 60, they're going to get 250, 260, 250, 60, they're going to get 260, they're going to Terry, 250, put them on 9. Hope it's on the drive in. It was? Good. Speaks right here, selling. He's lame. Selling right there now. They're to get 250, 250, they're to get 5, they're to get 55, they're to get 5, they're to get 60, 265, 70, they're to get 275, 75, they're to get 5, they're to get 5, Terry, 279. Big Red Baldy. Don't be scared. To be 9. What are you going to do here? Who are you going to stop for? And they're to get 250, and 250, they're to get 50, they're to get 50, and 250, they're to get 50, but to get 50, they're to get 50, they're to get 50, they're to get $2, now 10, and $2.10, 210, 20, and 210, 20, they're to get 210, 220, 210, 220, they're to get 210, 220 here, and 20, they're to get Terry, 210, 12. He said 4, and I said 6. What's this?
These are the cripples off of that
Oklahoma
Oklahoma 4
4.
off of Ken Sanders.
Ken Sanders selling.
Sell them right there now. To get 250, at 250, to get 60, to get 60, to get 60, at 250, 60, 70, to get 270, 80, 280, 90, at 293, at 310, to get 5, to get 3, 5, 10, and 10, to get 10, 15, and 15, to get 310, to get 15, and 10, to get 15, to get 15, to get 50, to be 310, 19, 19.
Okay, that's it for them on
That's all them. Go this way.
We don't know about them yet. They hadn't turned them in yet. Here's Wyrick's.
Mr. Wyrick right there. Jason. Load of them. Light load of them, guys. Wyrick cattle have been weaned forever, hadn't they, Jason? Nice cattle. They always have send the good cattle up here, guys. Gainesville, ready to get 400 and 400 now, 400 to get 400 now, 400 to get 400 now, 400 to get 400 now, 4 and 400 here, 400 to get 4 to buy, but to get 400 to get 400 to get 4 and 400. You been up here 4 and 400 to get 400 to get 400 to get 385.90 and 85.90, 385.90, 385.90, 385.90 to get 90. What I miss here to get 55, 355, 65 and 570 to get 70 and 365. 70 and 70, GB 70 and 70 to get 365, 70 and 70 to get Tubby 365, 7. 10 more of the wires right here. Good weights right now. I enter to get 350 at 350 at 350. Enter to get 50 to buy, but to get 50. Enter to get 50 at 350. Enter to get 50. Enter to get 50. Enter to good black steers, guys. 350 at 350 at 50. Enter to get 50. Enter to get 350. Enter to get 50 at 350. Enter to get 50. Enter to get 50. Enter to get 50 at 350 behind boys. Enter to get 50 at 50. Enter to get 40 and 41. Enter to get 341. Enter to get $41 and 41. Enter to get 41. Enter to get $41 here. So 340, put them up burner number 8.
Burner
85.
8.
11 more of the Wyrick's. Get a little crossbred cattle off of them, guys. A little crossbred cattle off of them. 330 at 330 at 330. Here to get at 30. Here to get 30 at 330. Here to get at 30. Here to get 30. Here to get 30. Here to get 30. Here to get 20 and 21. Here to get at 321. Here to get 21. Here to get at 1. Here to get 321 and 321. Here to get 21. Here to get at 1. That's up 320. Number 9. Dozen more of them. Auto sort these. The crossbreds right here now to get 340 at 340 to get at 40 to get 40 at 340 to get at 40 to get 2.5 to get 42 and a half 42 and a half 42 and a half at 340 to get 2.5 to get 2.5 41 at 341 to get at 100 to get at 40 to get at 1 to get 41 and 41 to get 341 to get a 1 tub deal 340 number 8. Thank you, Mr. Wyatt. Mountain Park. Hammer. Yeah, we sold a lot of these yesterday, guys, from Mountain Park, Oklahoma. You know where that is, Antonio? Mountain Park. It's a park right underneath the mountain. Okay, nowhere Dover. There we go. We're going to get a nice little 7-waist right here now. 375 at 375 at 75. 375 Mountain Park, Oklahoma, guys. 375 at 75. 375 at 375. 5 SoCal higher than this at 375 at 375. 50. 352 and a half. 352 and a half. 52 and a half. 55. 57 and a half. 357 and a half, 357 and a half, 60, 2 and a half, 5, 7 and a half, 70, 370 and 70 to get 70 to get 70 to get 70 to get 70 to be 367 and a half. Number 7. Same animals down there at Mountain Park, Oklahoma. I entered to get 335 at 335 to get 7.5 at 35 7.5 to get 7 at 40 to get 42 and a half 45 and 47 and a half to get 50 to get 50 to get 50 and 347 and a half 51 and 51 2 and 52 to get 51 52 51 and 52 and $2 to get that 2 to get that 2 to get 2 so 351 to be 8. Male. One of them has a small bump on a rib. One of them has a small bump on a rib. Yeah, not much right there. Here we go. They all go right here now. To get $3 now, 5 and $3 here, 3 to get 3 to get 3 and $3 here, 3 to get a 3 to buy, but to get 3, but to get 3, but to get 3 and 2.5, but to get 2.5, 302 and 5 and 305, 7.5, but to get 7.5, but to get 307 and a half and 307 to be 305. Put them on number 9.5. Unruh from Lokiba. What? 28 of them, 28 more of them right there, boy. Lokiba, to get 350, at 350, to get 2.5, to get 350, 2.5, at 350, 2.5, to get 2.5, out the gate, 2.5, and 5, to get 7.5, to get 7 to 60, at 2.5, to get 2.5, to get 2.5, 360, 2.5, at 360, to get 2.5, to get 2.5, 2.5 here, Mark. 360 Varner. Put him on number 73. Same cattle, Leon Rouge. What'd you do to it, Hudson?
What?
The gate won't work. Yeah, I knew it's gonna get where it caught over. one of you trying to open it, the other one's trying to close it? Is one of you trying to open it, the other trying to close it?
Post coming out of the thing, it sticks, and we're kind of shut down. You still there? Hello. No, it's not the hydraulics, it's the post.
Stinger goes through that gate.
Post is coming out of the.
What are you gonna do now, Antonio? You told me to fix it.
You just need to look at it.
Huh?
Well, they gonna get it or not? Yeah, you better get up here. All right.
Hudson. Hudson.
Got it. I'm good.
Come on, we're about done.
Yeah, you're good. You're good.
Now you shut it. Why'd you shut it? Okay. Don't shut it all the way. Okay, you do it.
Let's get this over.
You do it. Let's get this over with, and we'll get Jason to come down there and work on it. Jason and Gary. It's more than Monroe cattle guys out there. Low Cuba, that's a little cross cattle off of them. Little cross breed, 350 at 350, to get 2.5, to get 350, to get 50, to get 50 at 350, to get 52.5, to get 2.5, 52.5, and 2.5, to get that 7.5, 60, and 2.5, to get 2.5, 5, and 7.5, to get 70, to get 370, and 370, to get 70, 70, 70, and 70, to get 70, to get W367.5, 7. You get any more mail? Bring mail if you would, please. Okay, that's a pretty good set of crossbred steers. That might be the same deal. Bring mail. Bowles cattle got here. Watson, Oklahoma guys. Bowles cattle. Good cattle and good ways right here now. To get 330 at 330, to get 2.5, to get 330, to get 2.5, to get 330, and now 2.5, to get 32.5, 32.5, 32.5 at 332.5 at 35, 7.5, to get 7 at 40, and 40, to get 40, to get 40, to get 40, to get 40, and 2.5 at 42.5, 41, 42, to get 41, 2, and 2, to get 3, to get 43, and 3, to get 42, 43, 44, and 44, to get 43 and 4, and 4, to get 4. Bailey at 343. Bailey put him in number 92. 82. 22 more of the bowls. No, he's not. There's a big old set of bowls cattle, guys. A big old set of bowls cattle.
Nice guy, good feeding food.
Good set of big feeding steers, folks, right here. Another good set of big feeding steers here. Enter to get 325 at 325 at 325. Enter to get 25, 25, 25, 25, 25. Enter to get 325, 600. Enter to get 600 at 25, 26, 25, 26 $7 and 27 over here and 7. Enter to get 327 and 7. Enter to get 8. Enter to get 28, 9. Enter to get 29. Enter to get down here 30 and 30. Enter to get 330. Enter to get 30 over here. 30. You get 30 and 30. Enter to get 30. You get 30 over here. Now 30 at 329. 29, 30, and 29, ready to get 30, ready to get 30, ready to get 30, 1, and 31, at 31 here, ready to go 1, ready to go 1, ready to go 1, ready to go 1, ready to go 1. So at 330, put them number 95, 95. She's got to do it. She does that every week. Every day a little bit. Just keep see if y'all are watching.
Yeah, that's true. It was just a test.
Jose Rubio. Soper, Oklahoma guys. Soper. Good big black steers that are empty. Good big black steers that are empty. Right there now, they're taking that 310. Did you get it? 310. 310, 12. I get at 310 now, 12. I get 310 now, 12 here, 12 there. I get 12 at 12. I get 12. I get 12. I get 310, 12 at 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. I get 317 and 17, 18. I get 19. I get 19 and 319. I get 18, 19, 19, 19, 20 and 321 and 322. I get 23. I get 23. I get 3 at 22, 23, 22, 23 here. Tabby at 322. Put them on number 9. There's some more of them guys. Got the crosses in front of the good cattle guys or in front of the English cattle. Shouldn't say good. There's a big steers off of them folks right there now. They're to get here we go. They're to get out 3. They're to get 275, 80 at 275. They're to get 80. They're to get out 75. They're to get 80. They're to get 280. They're to get 285, 90 at 295. They're to get 95, 3 at $3. They're to get 5. They're to get 305. They're to get 305. They're to get 305 at 305. They're to get 5. They're to get where south $6 at $6, $6, $6, $6 at 305, 306, 305, 306 at $6 here. It's be 305. Put them in number 101. X. They sell any cash today?
No, they hadn't sold anything.
Thought it'd be 60. The way it acted. I got some coming. I got some coming out next week. Several next week. Off of next week's market. Nelson cattle guys, Nelson cattle, Corsicana. Raised every one of them guys, all one of them born and raised together on that ranch down in Corsicana. They're thin fleshed crossbred steers right there. I had to get 350. At 350, I had to get 2.5. I had to get 5. 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 7.5. 60. At 62.5. I had to get 2.5. I had to get 7.5. I had to get 70. At 70, I had to get 2.5. 72.5. At 77.5. I had to get 7 of 80. At 80, I had to get 82.5. 82.5. 85. I had to get 7.5. I had to get 7.5. At 90. At 392.5. I had to get 95. I had to get 97.5. At 7.5. I had to get 395. 7.5. At 395, 7.5. I get 7 to be 7. 395 to be 7. 395. Some more of them guys, not very fleshy. 335, 40, and 335, to get 40, to get at 35, 40, to get at 35, to get 40, to get 35, to get 40, and 42.5, 42.5, 45, and 45, 7.5, 50, and 350, to get 50, to get 52.5, and 2.5, to get 55, to get 52.5, and 7.5, to get 7.5, to get 60, and 360, to get 57.5, 60, and 60, to get 60, to get 357.5, 8. These cattle come up for Kingfisher, the Opal cattle. Opal cattle, Kingfisher. Okay, sell them all right here. 330 at 330. There to get at 30. There to get 20 at 320. There to get at 2.5. There to get 320. 2.5. 320. 2.5. At 2.5. Did you? At 2.5. 320. 2.5. At 320. There to get 2.5. There to get 5. There to get 25. 7.5. At 30. There to get 330. There to get 30. There to get 30. There to get 30. There to get 30. At 31. And 31. There to get 332. There to get 31. 32. 31. 2 here. There to get Tubby. 331. Put them a 9. Orlando, big steers from Orlando. Empty right there now. Good old Biggins right here now at $3. At $3, you get free. You're to get a 3. You're to get free. You're to get free. At $3, you get free. What they weigh, young lady? I don't know either. $3, you're to get free. 275, 85, 285, 285, 90, at 295, 95, 3, you're to get 305, you're to get 5, you're to get 2.5, 5, at 307.5, 10, and 10, you're to get 310, you're to get 12.5, you're to get 12.5, at 310, 12.5, you're to get 12.5, you're to get 12.5, 15, at 315, 17.5, at 315, 17.5, 17, at W, at 315, 101X. There's a Grossman cattle from Yukon, Oklahoma. They be bulls. Looks like the bull sale has started, George. Have a good weekend. Pretty good old black bulls now, Grossman bulls. Anybody need a breeding bull? You think what? You like the front one? I like the other one better. Okay. You need a breeding bull. That might be a pretty good spot. 250, at 250, at 255, they're going to have 55, they're going to have 55, 60, they're going to have 5, they're going to have 70, they're going to get 5, at 75, they're going to give 80. 285 at 285 at 5 at 285 Jay should give 85 at 285 at 285 at 5 at 5 at 5 so 280 put them on Varner number nothing. They're
What? You want them, don't you? You bought them.
you want them. You bought them. You bought them. You get them if you own them.
Yeah, that's fine.
Roxy Mead, Calumet. Bulls right here now. They're to get $3. Here to get 3 at 3. They're to get 2.5. They're to get real 2.5. They're to get 2.5. They're to get 5, 7.5. They're to get 10 at 12.5. They're to get 15. They're to get 17.5. They're to get 7.5. They're to get 17.5 at 317.5. Sir, at 17.5. They're to get 20 at 320. They're to get 2.5. They're to get 5 at 325. 7.5. 30 at 332.5. They're to get 332.5 at 330. They're to get 2.5. They're to get 2.5. 2.5 are at 330. Number 18X. I don't know. Who knows? Yeah. For that price, it would. Smart cattle guy. Speaks. What is it? Just lighter?
Yeah, they don't fit that deal.
No, they quite a bit off. This will be next year's cattle. $4, 2.5 at $4 bill, 2.5 to get 4, to get 4 at $4 here, 4 there to get 4, to get 4, to get 2.5, to get 2.5, to get 4 at 4, to get $4 here, 4 to get 375, 80 at 375, to give 80 at 375, to give 80, to get 75, to give 80, to give 80, to give 80, to give 80 at 80, 50 at 350, to get 2.5, to get PO. Sell them next Tuesday. Okay. What about this one? Hank got one like him. He didn't come from South Dakota. All right, here we go. We're at $1.10 at 110, 110, 110, 20, 110, 20, 30, 40, 50, 150, 60 at 160, 160 to get 60. Terry, 150. Put him on number 9. Whoop. 12. 1. Number 1.
Do a yard if you want. Cow here.
She's got a she's got a dead calf inside her. Get her out of here. $1 a pound. $1 a pound. Anybody want to work on her? $1 a pound. 50 cents a pound. You only give 50. No value.
Who's was she?
Justin Thompson. Here's got a broken leg.
Can they move him? If they're not, leave him out empty.
Put it in a pen back here.
The heifer. Leave her ass out there.
That's all I
Got
see.
yard out.
Got yard outs. It's coming. Broken leg. 50 cents. 50 cents.
Open the gate.
25 cents. 30. 35. 35. 40. 45. Antone, 40. Antone, 40 cents. Number 2. Put in the same pen. You got 10 that other one? You promised him you would.
Get the yard out.
It's gonna have her right there now. They're gonna have her. They're gonna have $3, 2.5. At $3 it'll bill 2.5. They get 2.5, 5. They get real fast 7.5, 10, and 3, 10, 12.5. They get 15, 17.5. They get 20, and 2.5. They get 22.5, 3, 22.5, and 3, 22.5, 3, 22.5, 22.5. So 320 of our number 61, 2, 62. They go this way.
Oh, man. Tickled to death. Tickled to death. Wow, they weigh good.
$0.30 a pound. 30 cents a pound. Water belly. 30, 35, 40, 50, 60, 70, 80, 90. $1 a pound.
No. What they average?
Terry, 90 cents.
We had
One.
little lights here. We'll just hold till next week.
Yeah.
Then, we sold,
There's a nice steer right there. $4.10, $4 now 10, and $4 now 10. There to get $4 now 4. There to get 4. There to get 4, and $4. There to get 4. There to get $4 now 4. There to get that 4. There to get that 4. I good a steers we had all day long. $4.
I never saw it. Yes, it did me.
You guys interested?
Some Yankee he got on the line.
Jason, 7, $4.
There was, let's see, there was Hamlet around here by those things.
Turn the switch on at the river. What'd you think?
She like it?
I'll have to look.
She
I'm
like
up here in the spot. It was fantastic. But if those got a game that well, I mean, how many pounds they put on? Yeah, we'll.
Burt Farm 7 months bred. $3.10, $3.10, and $3.10, 10, 10. That. Well, who's she offer? W18X. I entered to get $3.10 and $3.10 and $3.10. To get 10 to buy, but to get three, to get three, to get three, and $3 to get three. How about you? 3 and 3 to get $3 here, to get $2.50, $2.60, $2.70, $2.80, $2.90, $2.80.90, $2.80.90, $2.80.90, Jason. So $2.80 Varner, 120.
You need a couple days to get them here. I mean, it's supposed to cool off after today. You want to bring some of them Sunday? That's fine. Whatever you do, just let me know what's coming. We'll get it all set up.
Actually, what? Okay. Unruh. How far along? 4 months. Off of who? W17. Unruh, right there now, here now, to get $3, now 10, and $3.10, to get now 10 to buy, but to get 3, to get 10, to get 10, to get 10, and 10, to get $3 now, 10, to get, she's better than that guy, 3.10, and 3.10, 3.10, 3.10, 3.10. Nice little black ever, $3. 250, 260, 270, 280, 280, 90, 3, 10. Sold internet $3. Neil Hall. Here's one that's shortbred, 3 months. Jimmy Hill. Jimmy Hill. 250, 260, 250, 60, 70, to get 70, to get 270, and 260, 70, to get 70, 80, to get 280, 90, and 290, to get 90, to get 90, to get 90, cherry, 280, 9. Was he happy?
Oh,
Bet he was.
oh. Of a who?
Burt Farms and Tubby 82.
I don't think we're gonna hold on to these bird farms.
They wild. Tubby 82. Tubby 82. Cripple. Wow.
Wiry. Two different deals.
That's 2 different deals. Which one you'll sell? Can you hold one in her? Who was that off of? Wyrick. Wyrick. One of them's off of Wyrick.
Okay, one of those animals is off of Wyrick.
The horn one.
A horn, and it has like the W on the brand.
I don't think she's crippled either. Might be a stag. Okay. dollar a pound, $1.20, $1.20, $1.40, $1.40, $50, $1.50, $1.50, $1.40, $1.50. Sold, $1.40, Terry. One.
Terry one.
Burt Farms, yes. Who sold him? You did? You trying to get him by? Didn't want to get run over again?
Okay. Okay. So 305 and put them on Barner 8. Barner 8. Okay.
She's 2 months bred. She's off of who?
Chubby 11X. Is this off the 11X as well?
She's off one of them 30 that Tubby bought. She just pregnant's all, isn't she? Well, this here's got 2 on her ears, so
2+.
she's 2+. Do what? This man bought them. He wants them all. Get rid of them. All right. What are you gonna do with her? Sell her? You got to take it on her. All right. Let's sell that 2 month bred heifer. 275.80. 275.80 90. 293. $3. 310. 310. 310. 310. 310. Sold $3. Terry. 11
Terry 11, and that one's gonna be pretty good.
with an if. This is the ones he wanted to take home, right?
Here's the 30 that are bred.
He wants to take them home, right?
Yeah, if Tubby doesn't want them.
Yeah, take them home. Send them back to that man.
Okay, so just PFDs then?
Hanson. We're gonna send them back home, right? And that other one, you didn't get the last one either.
Was that where that one came from too? Okay.
Next week, guys. Thanks.